Freight and shipping costs increased higher than 170. Container rate and inbound freight unpredictably higher in as a year. Further, have been warehouses. First time, unexpected. Led to an unanticipated rapid 90 basis expected higher as a year. Unexpected magnitude, excluding supply chain. SG&A dollar expense was in line with our, although higher as a rate. Sales and gross margin for it led to adjusted EPS of negative 92 cents. As you all know, the importance of pricing has been a critical theme for us as we've been navigating the current environment. Given our lower margin profile, just 1% of pricing and inflation equates to approximately 100 basis points margin, and accordingly, significant EBITDA dollars. Therefore, although we have been managing our promotional case acute with regular price sales versus last year, it was not enough to offset the volatile supply chain environment. Pricing and cost recovery was resilience term, and as we've demonstrated, we're implementing strategies to recover from current conditions sustainably. Turning to our balance sheet and cash flow. Cash and liquidity remained solid during the we generated approximately $180 of operating cash flow. We continued with our planned transformational investment of approximately $120. These critical investments of supply chain and IT information. This led to positive free cash flow of approximately $160 million. Q4, we executed approximately $230 in share buybacks for approximately 1 million shares. As planned, we completed our $1 billion repurchase program of approximately share repurchase. As a result, we have taken our total 120 shares, 80 million, for a reduction of approximately. Our cash and investment balance remains healthy at $500 million and of 1. I will now share our outlook commentary. Due to the volatility and macro current operating environment, we're providing qualitative parameters currently are in the first quarter and the fiscal year. This has been informed by both current trends as well as broad operating expectations for the full year. At this point in the first quarter, we continue to see challenging sales and traffic trends in our business due to lack of inventory availability, as well as a change in market patterns. Additionally, we're seeing an emerging uncertainty related to consumer sentiment based on market and retail indicators that show a distinctive slowdown in consumer demand. Quarter to date, comp sales are running negatively in approximately a 20% range. We anticipate many of the operating dynamics we experienced in the fourth quarter, both industry-wide and internal, to continue in the first quarter. As such, adjusted gross margin will reflect inflation headwinds that will not be offset by price. SG&A, as announced last quarter, we have initiated an expense reduction plan across fleet optimization, fixed costs, and discretionary spending. With these, we expect lower SG&A spend versus prior year despite inflation. But still, rate deleverage will occur given our midterm sales declines. We will continue to manage our cost and expense structure responsibly and prudently.
Adjusted EBITDA will likely be negative for the first quarter due to the factors I have just discussed. For the full year, we anticipate a sequential recovery in comps by the second half of the year, driven by a normalization in supply chain conditions, both within our own capabilities and in the broader macroeconomic environment. Turning to gross margins, we're expecting modest gross margin expansion for the full year. Gross margins in the second half of the year are anticipated to improve year on year as comparisons ease and supply chain conditions improve. Adjusted SG&A expense is expected to be approximately flat to last year, with our planned $100 million optimization aiming to offset inflationary pressures. These dynamics should lead to adjusted EBITDA above prior year in the second half of 2022. Our balance sheet and cash flow assumptions include CapEx of approximately $400 million, with more than half associated with transformational investments, including the remodel and new store openings Mark discussed earlier. As noted, we have completed our $1 billion share repurchase program. Capital allocation for further share repurchases and debt reduction will be assessed in the second half of the year, given our outlook. We continue to remain focused on navigating the near term while investing in our foundational transformation through IT and supply chain capabilities, as well as business growth and investments to execute our strategy. I will now turn the call over to Mark for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Gustavo. Transformations are complex and often nonlinear, but achieving a strategy of this scale amidst the current macroeconomic environment has made it even more difficult to deliver results commensurate with our efforts. The friction in these moments is real, and we're operating in a retail and consumer industry as challenged as I have personally seen in my career outside of that critical COVID timeframe. However, we remain steadfastly dedicated to our customer, our brand, and our strategy. Even after the peak of COVID, we continue to see 35 million customers cherish our differentiated banners across Bed Bath & Beyond, Bbbi, Harmon, and Decorist. We have a digital reach that saw more than 875 million visits throughout the year, further enabled by a powerful fleet of more than 900 evolving stores. Fiscal 2021 was a year of reformation and establishment of key capabilities still in flight across our core strategic pillars. While our operational execution may have temporarily thwarted our short-term efforts, our long-term strategic execution continues to build sequential momentum. By the end of 2022, we will have structural capabilities to bring us closer to industry standards and greatly improve our proficiency to renew our business for long-term growth and profitability. The core tenets of our strategy are sound, and we will improve our operational deficits by learning from our experiences and leveraging the strengths of our teams, who I thank for their dedication and resilience. We will now take questions.
We will now begin the question and answer session. If you do have a question, press 0 then 1 on your touch-tone phone. If you wish to be removed from the queue, please press 0 then 2. If you're using a speakerphone, you may need to pick up the handset first before pressing the numbers. Once again, if you do have a question, press 0 then 1 on your touch-tone phone. And please hold while we take a moment to compile the queue. And our first question is from Simeon Gutman from Morgan Stanley.
Hi, thanks for taking the question, and this is actually Hannah Pittock on for Simeon. Is there any commentary you can give us on the fourth quarter and quarter to date traffic versus ticket trends, as well as like units per basket versus price per unit, and kind of within those metrics where you see the most upside over the next quarter or two and the most downside? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. We did see strength in our conversion rates at store level and in digital. We did see strength in terms of the average unit retail. Some of that was associated with the cost increases that we'd implemented and in line with industry inflation. And we did see some positive signs in terms of the basket in Q4. That coming into Q1 has been a little suppressed based on some of the dynamics that we're currently seeing. But that gives us confidence that when we can get our inventory in place and we can get our communication aligned, that we have a good outreach with our existing and future customer base with good indicators there.
Got it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Justin. Your line is open.
Oh, thanks, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. Who's on the line?
Justin.
Yeah, it's Justin Kleber at Baird. Thanks for taking the question. Mark, just first for you, the $175 million impact you cited from inventory, being trapped upstream. I guess, how do you measure that figure? Are you looking at, cart abandonments online? Just trying to understand how if you would have actually sold that inventory if it was on hand.
Hey, Justin, Gustavo here. We estimate this the same way we did in the third quarter. We look at lost sales at the store level. We know our in-stock in key items are significantly lower than they've been historically, and we could calculate week by week and category by category and store by store how much we've lost of that. Similarly, on digital sales, we can track all of the out-of-stock views and the lost sales from those transactions. And keep in mind that when we do these estimates, we trim down. We assume that there's going to be some transference as customers don't find what they were looking for, but anyway, compensate for a different item.
Okay, and then just one question. I'm curious what you guys are seeing in your wedding registry business. I know the deck mentioned you're the number 5 retailer in baby registry. So specific to weddings, just how do registry creates maybe compare to last year? And are you doing anything different within that business to capitalize on the expected wedding boom here in 2022? Thank you.
Yeah, we're seeing an uptick in wedding and baby creates. We actually have adjusted our outreach and the way that we were investing in this key business. I think that we see upward trends in wedding that everyone's expecting and want to capitalize on that. So early indicators through the back end of Q4 on creates bodes well. And again, we just need to get our inventory into stock to be able to facilitate that.
All right, thank you, guys.
Our next question is from Michael Lasser from UBS.
Good morning. Thanks a lot for taking my question. So, Mark, you talked a lot about the transformation plan and all the actions that Bed Bath has taken up until this point, yet traffic remains a key source of weakness. What is the plan for improving traffic from here, especially as Bed Bath & Beyond's key customer demographic has really been aging as it's resonated well with the baby boomer demographic over time?
Yeah, we actually have a multifaceted customer in our target there, Michael, and we have been working with that. Again, we have to get base inventory in line to be able to facilitate that. But we actually have been increasing our numbers in our loyalty cluster, which ensures that the customer is normally more sticky and they purchase a higher rate. That's actually multi-generational that we've been attracting. Registry will be key tool in that. And we're also working with an outreach to our lapsed customers and customers where we're creating a high degree of change in the individual market. So a complete revision of our marketing and brand strategy to create an expanded profile on the customer base, but also a deeper, more personalized engagement with existing customers.
From Steven Forbes from Guggenheim.
Good morning, Mark, Gustavo. I wanted to focus on the banner level margin performance. So, Mark, you mentioned Bbbi Baby mid-single digit EBITDA for the full year. but was wondering how consistent that banner's profitability was throughout the year, given the challenges that were noted, and more importantly, right, where the profitability of that banner is running today, or where it was in the fourth quarter.
Hey, Steve, Gustavo here. Look, we're not going to get into profitability by banner by quarter at this stage, but I can tell you we're very happy with the financial performance of Bbbi. As we said, we finished the year at $1.4 billion in revenue, growing double digits with a mid-single-digit EBITDA margin. The four-wall profitability of this business is very attractive. We're keenly focused on gross margin, as you may imagine, and the patterns there on gross margin of this business have been fairly consistent throughout the year.
And our fourth quarter performance, Steve, was definitely in line with our plan.
From William Reuter from Bank of America.
Good morning. I have one question. In terms of your outlook for freight improving in the back half of the year, I can't remember your contracting strategy. Are you contracting for this year, and have you entered into agreements that will kind of lock in some lower costs year over year?
We're working actively, as always, on the reduction of our costs, William. We're not going to comment on individual contract negotiations at this time, but we also have a lot of supply chain cost improvement that we can build in through the maturation of our supply chain transformation, which we said is a multi-year transformation, and we haven't had that benefit today. We've done all the establishment work, but we haven't had that transference into it actualizing. So there's both internal benefits and negotiated benefits that we'll be working on throughout 2022.
And as we flow the product out of the warehouses, we would not expect to see port-related fees beyond the second quarter or so.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Operator, we're having a hard time hearing you.
We now have a question from Jason Haas from Bank of America.
Great. Good morning. Thanks for taking my question. So you have a large shareholder that put out a letter advocating for a pivot in the strategic, I guess, path for the company, and also advocating for a potential sale of the Bbbi unit. I think they think Bbbi is worth several $billion. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on if there's a need for a change in the strategic strategy and just what you think of that valuation for Bbbi.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Firstly, I think upon entering this company in late 2019, it was really clear that the business had been underinvested in and required a full-scale transformation and full-scale investment in the business. And we outlined a robust plan, and it had to be robust because the level of work required to return us to a level of competition with the competitive retail market. I think this supply chain moment really exemplifies where other retailers are able to cope better than we are at this moment in time, at this pivot, because of that underinvestment. So a robust transformation plan, we cannot survive unless we implement that appropriately. And so technology, supply chain, assortment planning, pricing, the way we cost and where we source from, all these have been undertaken robustly. First year completed, benefits not yet generated clearly. So the strategy remains in place, and we're always looking at our strategy with our board and are open to ways that we can finesse that to improve, but we have to master a number of fundamentals through this transformational plan. So that stays as is. What we now have is that we have been talking to the street and media for some time around Bbbi as an opportunity that is not showing its true value to a shareholder. And how do we unlock that? And so the work began, and in January our board agreed to create a strategic committee solely focused on what is the best way of unlocking the value of the Bbbi asset, which is a growth accelerator asset, and as we've shared today, is performing very well, performing consistently, and has a good, consistent profitability level. That work is in flight. We won't be commenting on that, but we look forward to sharing more.
Next question is from Jonathan Matuszewski from Jefferies.
Great. Good morning, and thanks for taking my question. Just wanted to ask about the trend when comparing Bed Bath versus Bbbi. How much of the delta do you think is tied to a more domestic supply chain for Bbbi relative to maybe just a varying degree of demand across categories? And I guess relatedly, how do the in-stock rates look at a banner like Bbbi relative to core Bed Bath? Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Great question. I think there's a key differentiator first in the status of the business versus its LY trajectory. So in the year prior, we had execution issues, but also we had a lessening demand in baby. I think parents were much more reticent to be out in stores and were shopping for basic needs rather than wants. We saw that pivot in the fourth quarter and throughout 2021 actually. Our stores really bounced back with double-digit growth, which makes up for a more profitable outcome. Then the flip side of that is product availability. And to your point, yes, there is more of a domestic source base currently in baby versus Bed Bath & Beyond, which helped enable it. But it also has key categories like apparel, which we don't have in Bed Bath, that really turned back on in the second half. They were in stock and they're more domestic currently in availability, so that worked in its favor. So some LY crossing the borders there that helped, as well as a differentiated merchandise mix and therefore supply chain model.
Our final question is from Seth Basham from Wedbush.
Thanks a lot, and good morning. My question's around your customer count. At your Analyst Day, you talked to 40 million customers. Today, Mark, you talked to 35 million. So you're down double digits. And I'm just trying to understand what's driving that. Was it simply the COVID bump where you got a lot of new customers online that aren't sticky, or are there other issues that you think are emerging that are leading customers to defect, so to speak?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Seth. I think a couple of inferences there. I think you're right. I think during the COVID moment, we definitely saw in 20 and 21 a one-time customer that was searching digitally, and that's affected our customer count in the short term. I think second to that is that we had store closures, and inside of that, we were able to retain customers and have transference rate, but our overall penetration and the face to the customer was very different. And we expected some of that. I think what we're seeing is a stabilization of that base, and we're really now investing in 2022 in those customers, both current and future. Things like our loyalty program and getting back into a proper cadence with our marketing outreach is part of that solution. But there is, there's no doubt that during the early COVID moment, we were closed, right? So others were open and some trip consolidation went on in that period. So we're recovering out of that, and we have plans to fortify that 35 million, make them stickier, and build more new customers across multi-generations.
And to Mark's point of being stickier, a larger proportion of our customers now are omni, shopping both online and in store, and the frequency of shopping is much higher than when it was a store-only customer, and with a larger ticket basket. So, and that's where the loyalty program is focused on.
Operator, I think we're still having issues hearing you. I can speak for you. I think that is all the time we have today for calls. We're available following today's call. If you have any questions, please feel free to follow up with us. Thank you so much for listening today.
Pickelodia. That shit is so fucking long. What's up, guys? Good morning. Short the intro. So BBBY earnings kind of shit, but not as bad as expected, honestly. Um, some notable things: $8 billion in sales for fiscal year 2021, up 7% over the comparable 2022 sales period. So, even with the issues with Delta and Omicron, they exceeded expectations, at least on that front, minimally, albeit. Adjusted EBITDA, 182 million with 33.3% adjusted gross margin. Their net sales for digital penetration up 37%, 50% more digital shoppers. They've partnered with, DoorDash, Roadie, Shipped, Uber, Afterpay, PayPal Pay Later, and Klarna to incentivize online shopping and to deliver same day products. So overall, I think they look pretty good. They've got like $1.5 billion on hand, and they're still trading at below an eighth of their net, like their book value. So I think easily worth like 4 to 5 billion. Currently not trading anywhere near that. So good prices. I bought 100 more shares this morning on here, and I'm gonna place some CSPs at 15, and hopefully I fill tomorrow. GME kind of dead this morning. Not a lot's gonna happen over there, unfortunately. There may be some higher than usual FTDs today, so you may see a little price improvement, maybe like 146, 148. I don't see us going much above that. SST looking kind of interesting. I wanted to hop in some May 20th 25s. If I can get them a little cheaper. No, I'm not going to spend that on them. Excited for new Strangers things. I've never seen the original. So if you guys are interested in looking to BBBY as a long-term investment, the current price is pretty cheap. I think I'm gonna let CVVWAP kind of burn itself, or I'm gonna let CNS kind of burn itself out here this morning on SST before I enter any more of a position. I bought some 25s for May at close yesterday. For those of you guys that weren't here, I'll probably pick up some more today, but I think I'm gonna wait for IV to drop a little bit. I think the longs are still repositioning from Monday, so we're not seeing a lot of delta pressure after this big run up to like 30. What was that? Yeah, that was Monday. So you know, with this peak and this peak, a lot of calls were sold off. The pressure remains, but it's going to take a little bit for longs to reposition because they're going to want to look to buy in these lower ranges, right? At least I know I am. So yeah, I'll just be looking for that. Probably we may see a little price action going into tomorrow. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, so a little price action possibly going into tomorrow morning, but I think there'll be some good buy opportunities in SST today. Other things, Twitter doing weird shit today. SPY looks like hopefully it'll bounce. It's right here on this 137.76 resistance. There is a descending trend out here on the daily. So it could see prices as low as 435. Sorry, 437. As low as 435. Before seeing a bounce. And that would be in line with the previous low back here. Was that January? That would suck, but hopefully it bounces a little bit higher and we get, you know, a slightly better trend there. As it maybe moves back up to test 450 next week or so. Is there anything else? I think that's it for this morning. Visa's under 210 again. If that continues to fall off, I will be picking some up. Cat looking okay this morning, actually. Cat generally it performs with the Dow, and so it's kind of ignorant of the, you know, S&P performance. S&P is just not going to do very good for a little while. So S&P stocks are kind of going to suck. I expect that to drag out for at least a few more weeks before we see any improvement over there. Once things have calmed down, we'll probably see a little bit bullish momentum return, but I think it's a couple weeks out at least. GameStop dropping at open down to 143. Extra well rested. I am actually. After 4 days and 4 hours of sleep, I finally just passed out. What does SST even do? Who gives a shit? Expecting much out of HD. I bought back in yesterday. I do actually. I think tests of 310 to 320 are very feasible, Mr. YOLO. So price is under 310. Great. Any guesses as to what the split will be? No idea. From a fundamental standpoint, they shouldn't split it more than like 2 to 1. As far as fucking over shorts goes, the more the better. So we'll see which way they fall on that, I guess. 3 to 1 wouldn't be terrible, depending on the price we're trading at that point. AMD, I mean, I have June and July's for AMD and leaps, so I'm not super concerned with the near-term price performance, but it looks okay this morning. Looks like it's trying to claw back some of its insane drop from the last few days. AMD's been very cheap, falling into this lower range, which it's touched a couple times previously, but not for very long. Usually just, if you look, just during the overnight period. This time actually for like two whole days. So it's kind of impressive that it's stayed this low this long. Their earnings are coming up. AMD under $100, I still think is a fantastic deal. HD bag holding 310 weeklies. I don't like weeklies on HD. Most blue chip stocks don't move that fast. You should at least always try to target like 14 days for any expected like momentum moves, or longer if possible. Depending on obviously your available capital, but 30 to 45 days tends to be best. That way you don't have to worry about near-term theta loss. If it underperforms, you can get out and keep most of the value of your contracts. You have insomnia? I don't fucking know. Probably. BBBY 15C weekly is the play? No. It's already seeing some decent price performance from earnings. I mean, this was cheap as fuck. This was below some of Cohen's buy-ins. I do think Cohen's restricted though, so I don't think he'll be buying anymore. You supported Duke's Gherks of Hazard intro or outro where Freg's Riku's in the car jump over a pickle showing calves. Interesting. Can we get a mock-up? So maybe wait if I wanted to get into AMD. Not necessarily. I mean, over the last 2 days, I've almost doubled my overall position in AMD. So I like the current price. I mean, I could average down more, but it's in a pretty good place. Do you think AMD will fall more? It could. It could fall down to 86. I don't know if it will. Look at Quantcord. Fuck you, Dad. For the standstill, he can buy up to 19.9. Does RC own 12% now that the buyback is finished? He may. How many shares did he buy? Somebody will have to do the math on it. I don't have it available right now. Actually, guys, do you want to figure that out? His percent ownership based off the new 80 million shares outstanding. INTC had weird spikes of 49 and after hours almost every day, either the up or downside depending on market price. Usually happens around 5:30. Free money. Probably longs getting in before they break ground on their new manufacturing facility, which isn't going to be ready for years. But there'll be an initial rush of like FOMO into the stock when news of that starts to break, and then it'll die off for a few years before it's completed. BTU is looking good. Yeah, it's been performing really well. Do you think Ader's pushed by bad actors? The stock looks sus to me. Probably. Given that it's a big piece of shit. What do you attribute the illiquidity and wide spreads of GameStop to? What? Ownership. High interest and low float. BBBY mooning. It's doing good. It's back up into 17-ish, right? Like that. Yeah, doing good. Time to buy some 1750 DTEs. 1 DTE? What's today? Fuck it. What was the other question? Sorry, I just missed a Ko-Fi, I think. Now I can have a max of 16 million shares. Okay. That's on BBAI for short-term calls. Why is everyone chasing shitty SPACs again? Big Bear Holdings. Having options? Interesting cup and handle, but it looks like the breakout's already occurred, right? 9 to 16. I mean, it's a bit chasey. Decent liquidity, though. It could keep running. There's definitely some risk that this is played out, but yeah, it could keep running. Super concerned with. You accidentally bought 422? I didn't accidentally do anything. BTC saving my portfolio. It's rallying again. Still kind of just staying in that same range, though. It's got a good morning. Actually, a little bit higher bounce, too. Interesting. I'm still waiting for this to, like, actually break down. If it doesn't, awesome. GameStop. Holding 144. It's TLT. Ooh. AMD Weekly's on the menu. Very near the money, maybe. Everything's rallying a bit, so bullish. SPY's doing well. Maybe like 441. I don't think it'll break 442 today, but it could. Tesla's doing good. Netflix rallying a bit. What's Facebook doing? Amazon's up 0.4. Facebook's up 0.5. Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of rally in tech. Futures were up a little bit last night, too. Snap looking good. Ooh. Wonder if I should buy 35s here. Well, I have the chance. SST. Okay. Do want to buy some more calls here. Not just yet. Let me watch my 0 DCs on Tesla for a minute. Theoretically bought 422s instead of 520s for SST. Would you hold them for tomorrow's potential price action or just get out? What's your strike? Right? Like, are you out of the money? Is audio weird? Why would audio be weird? I don't think it is. Oh. The charts are all the same. I know. Tesla dead? No, alive. I have a call on it. About a fun call. Strike for SST calls is 25. Nothing too crazy. 25s are probably okay to hold till like next week's gamma exposure window. It doesn't appear to be slipping below that like resistance band or support band, I guess, to the downside. So pressure is still mounting on their positions. The price is steadily improving, like the base price. And 25 is right at that base price. You can maybe pick up some deals like 20 under 24, but it's unlikely. When you have a good entry and a good position, sometimes it's better to just average it down than to roll it. RC now owns 11.8% of BBBY. Interesting. He can sell off his options. About 1,000 BBBY shares. Think short hedge funds. Which happened to know the market share for BBBY in each of these sectors, bed, bath, and beyond. I think they have 100% of Beyond's market share, like a true monopoly. They also, I'm pretty sure, are the only company that facilitates the buying of babies. Tesla 2 Chase? It's not terrible. I mean, you can get a better entry than I did a little bit. Momentarily. Dangerous. Fucking risky. This is a pretty strong resistance. This may be a dumb question, but when you say it's just moving with the market, what are the mechanics behind that? Is it just due to ETF and indexes that actively trade the stock? Yeah. Active fund management, moving GameStop around. Generally, if there's a larger number of FTDs due and positive market movement as well. So you have active funds buying into GameStop. That puts pressure on the CNS clearing and can drive further price action. So on days where FTDs are high and the market's going up, GameStop will outperform the market. Is SST F'd in the A? The shorts are currently. Sell them off to not become an insider. That's possible. Also, just leverage, right? You bought them for leverage. That's why activist investors buy into options. They buy them for the leverage of ownership. Are we past the point where FTDs from Cohen's buy-in will affect the price? No. Is the GameStop is going up because of the... It's not the market going up because of GameStop. I mean, relatively, yes, but no. Gross. Still looking good. Home Depot looks really good. I think it's going to break 310. I wish I'd gotten some like 305s or, yeah. Cat doing okay. A little choppy, but tested 220 already. Apple's probably maybe. I don't know. I'd wait till later in the day. I don't know how much improvement we're going to see this morning. A little bit, but it may not be significant. That's a nice price. The fuck? Alley again? IV's still too high on SST. Or Tesla. So because of passive funds, if SPY is rising and GME goes down, is that how you ID shorting? Yeah, that's one of the ways. Hey, did the thing. It's my option now. That's on CC ETFs. What are the risks? The market goes up and performance is shitty. This covered call ETFs are really good if the market's stagnant. What platform is that? WeBull. There's a link in the description. Still bullish on Netflix earnings. Don't hold your GameStop there. That's not the best place for it. Still bullish on Netflix earnings after charging for pigeon whale sharing? The family sharing? Yeah. I mean, anytime Netflix charges more money, their revenue goes up. They lose some subscribers, but it's never that significant. Bitch. Whatever, I'm just going to take 10%. Ah, caught up. Son of a asshole. Now I got pretty gap down. I hate you, Tesla. Still bullish on Netflix earnings. My Tesla has to get to new all-time high for me to be at 0 again. Let's go. AMD 118, 414 gonna print, right? Probably not. Window ping. I canceled an order. That's on SST at the money. I'm waiting for IV to come down a little bit. I don't think we're going to see a lot of price action today. So I'm waiting for either a test of this low support or IV to drop, or both, if I could get so lucky. Jimmy shares in diversified brokerage accounts this is the way. I mean, that's what I do. I have GameStop in several brokerages. Why didn't you get into Ader? Because it was shit. Why not just play SST? Why would I play the stock that goes from like $2 to $5 instead of the stock that goes from 7 to 37? Everyone's acting like Ader is some new play. I played Ader when it ran to 40. I made a lot of money. It was great. Why not average down on BBBY? I did this morning. I bought shares in pre-market. It's not worth more than $5. It's not worth $5. I don't care if Ader's running. What are your growth expectations for Gevo after Biden talks about biofuels? I don't really have any per se. Not really an industry I pay a lot of attention to. Does your cost basis for GME factor into the CCs you've sold? Sure. My cost basis for GME is really low, so I'm not. It'd be hard for me to sell CCs that weren't like double my cost basis at this point. What do I do with this BBBY August 16 call that's up 100? Just forget about it and never look at it again? I mean, you could wait till OPEX. That's why I bought Augusts and Leaps. But I sold all my Augusts on the run to 28. Yeah, still very much in line with Wyckoff. The more volume adjusted trend, which is longer and downward, but still holding the pretty high price point, actually, given that, you know, you'd expect us to be in the 120 range already. I think we're in a lull. I mean, I'm playing GME contracts, but not long ones. Sherwin-Williams fell off. Hold or exit? I have lots of theta. If you have lots of theta, why are you concerned with near-term price improvement? Unless you're super up. I mean, are you up to a point where you're willing to take profits, or do you have a higher projection? New health insurance is $1,400 a month. Jesus Christ. I just hit the like, and you should too. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help. And a great way to show your support for the channel. Something. Is that good? Yeah. I'll stick with that one. If you were learning to trade and had 50K to park somewhere for the rest of the year, where would you park it? Oof, risky. Something. You can pick some blue chips. Something with near-term improvement, maybe like Amazon or Google. That way you can, you know, possibly exit on the split run-up. $21 dislikes already? Wow. So many hate watchers. You think near-term GME price will go back to the lower 100s? No. We look pretty stable in the current range we're in. That decline is going to slow eventually. As long as buying continues at like the low 140s. I don't see us really slipping below like 126 anytime soon. I bought April 22nd because I forgot about the holiday for a second. Yeah, I wish it would go back to 100 too, so I could buy more. Also, it would require them compounding their ETF positions to get it that low, which means more ups for OPEX, right? Right now, they're not really building a lot of short position, and I don't like that. 100 shares of BBBY at 1550. It's the only green thing in my portfolio. It's a good buy. Good job, Natty. That's an MTTR price range, and as a company for a long-term hold. I mean, I don't know anything about them, so I can't tell you as far as long-term hold goes. Give me a second, and I can waiting for this breakout on Tesla, and then I can tell you how I feel about their technicals. Just remind me, Daniel, in a little bit. Also, make sure you tag me. Sell Tesla for a loss and join us pores. No, I'm up like $500. Portfolios can be green. I know. Do you think shorts are concerned about the recall? Probably. Bought July calls for GME, $200 strike. Think it's got a chance. July's, let's see, June. Yeah, they do. I don't understand the point of holding them right now though. Why not buy them later? Like, why not buy them in early May? That way you're covered for both OPEX windows and you haven't lost all that theta between now and then. C plus 35 SST FTDs. Shouldn't we see some good price movement? FTDs don't look very high on SST today, frankly. Come on. No. Don't slip again, you fuck. I should just exit and take 20%. Oh, but I'm so greedy. Set a stop loss. Stop price. Yeah, I'm being greedy. The potential's nuts for like a test of 10-11. And the consolidation doesn't look that weak. But they're 1 DTEs, so I'm like, if it takes too long, I'm also fucked. Ah, stopped out. Bastards. Whatever. Decent profits. All right. What was I gonna look at? There's something somebody asked me about. MTT something. Where the fuck was it? MTTR. Do you expect the usual SLD cycle, or if conditions that changed Good Friday interfering with it too? I think we're already seeing that play out. The only thing that really changed on the SLD cycles is the settlement periods. Like it still begins on the 3rd Wednesday of the month, right? But the settlement's a little more diffuse, and so we're not going to see the concentration of drop and climb that we saw previously. Especially with the settlement being spread out, the bounce back will be less momentous. Yes, MTTR. Matterport. Oh, this is that fucking stock with that was Torchlight, right? Or no, it isn't. It's this one. Spatial data. This was like the pump and dump, right? That fucking Wall Street Bets was all over. I mean, it's hard to say if the current price is good or not, and I don't know shit about the company. I don't like SPACs particularly. I would look into dilution, future dilution, and their potential for dilution before entering anything. And the current price action kind of looks like shit. So you could probably get a lower price on this in the next like month or so. And also, you know, I would look into their potential for dilution when they have their like merger planned. There's a lot of questions here. that you need to look up if it's something you want to invest in long term. Do your research, right? GME at 146. Doing okay. No fucking volume, though. Matterport is an Uncle Bruce thing. He fucking loves SPACs, man. I don't know why. Whatever. I made like 20%. I'm not going to complain. Do you have a time frame for when GME will move higher to do the split? Due to the split? I mean, it's not going to move until the split's announced, which will be June, probably. Have you ever yelled at a ticker like a racehorse? Oh, yeah. GameStop, for one. Tesla a few times. IRNT when it kept dropping. BBBY puts? I think BBBY is probably going to bounce back towards max pain. I can't imagine people aren't taking advantage of the fact that it's fucking nothing right now. The opportunity to buy below 20 is too high. So, you know, $8 billion in revenue and the fucking market cap's 1.68 billion. Like, it's crazy not to buy this right now, honestly. Oh, and 1.4 billion cash on hand? The Gap is ripping? Like the Gap store? Isn't that XRT? Like a little XRT buddy? The fuck is it? What's the goddamn ticker, turd? Son of a bitch. Oh, fuck. Huh. It's up quite a bit. I might jump in if this drops below 15. GPS is part of the basket. Chasing? Not yet. Watching. Getting added to my watchings. Fuck it, I'll play in the money. Let's go. Bye. BBBY moving up. pretty good. I love how abusive you are to Churd, even though he shares all his logins with you. I bust out laughing every time. You don't have him fucking DMing you. Just non-contextual charts all day. Then you'd understand my frustration. Motherfucker. This is gonna break out so big. I can't believe I got stopped out. This is bullshit. Whatever. GameStop kind of ripping too. What's the fucking high on this? Like, where's this going? That'd be cool. Because Turd will be like, bro, dude, bro, check. We just found something crazy. Check this out. And then he'll just send me some charts with no context. He'll be like, look at that. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at. Yeah, no problem, Esseril. Regarding FTDs, say there's 1 million FTDs reported for whatever date, and the next day it's down to 100,000. Is there still a T35 date for the million shares? Weren't they delivered already? Unless they were marked long, which they usually are. Is May 20th far enough out to capture BBBY OPEX movement? No. Yeah, but Popcorn Trader, if you send me charts, I don't give a shit, right? Because like they don't mean anything. Can you explain why you wouldn't play longer dated puts on something like Gap instead? I mean, what if it goes back up and stays up? Why not just play the side it's moving to? What's the fundamentals for GPS ripping? It's an overshorted retail stock, like everything else in XRT. What does it mean for an FTD to be marked long? They mark it with long ownership via selling in the money puts or out of the money calls. Essentially, is saying that they're long on the stock, not short it, which gives them an extra 35 days. You can look up marked long. There's quite a lot to it. They get fined for it occasionally. It's not legal, but it's not like a big crime. I think I've sent you one relevant thing over the last year. I mean, secret penis. Rag on my charts next. Yours are just ugly, J-Fresh. Although I will say that you put some effort into the time to see DRS the float chart. It had a little rocket and graphics. It was great. So getting better. Everyone I've sold a SST covered call, it can now rip. I don't care, Devin. $1.4K people liking, only 700 likes. Thanks, YouTubing. Is being down 99% on my weekly YOLO sustainable? No. I've also sent you goat photos. At least those aren't done in MATLAB. That's true. GMV moving up on red candles. What? I mean, the candle's where it traded. So it just means that if it's red, it just means the candle closed below where it opened. Still looking kind of good. This is looking great. You son of a bitch. Fuck you, Elon. Soon talk about Sir 90 put play that you talked about it briefly on Pickles Picks a few weeks ago, but after what happened to HMHC, has your thought on the play changed? Are you still in it? I still have some, yeah. I mean, it's just a gamble, right? It's a gamble on the negotiations falling through. And then if they do, you get super rich for very little money. If they don't, you just lose a bunch of money. SST need to close above 25 tomorrow for there to be any pressure during the exposure window next week. No, because there's lots of money, lots of options already in the money. This was the monthly expirations, 414, so bigger gamma exposure, right? I still update that chart. Last one I posted got taken down by a mod with figures. Sounds corrupt. People don't like math. You think I think cat may test 220 again today? It could. I don't like playing cat for short-term trends. You'll just lose money. The stock has an amazing ability to just go sideways for long periods of time. If I'm sitting on some 180 cc's for next Friday, is there any reason I shouldn't sell a CSP for the same Friday or tomorrow in the 140-160 range? Do you want to buy GameStop between 140 and 160? Google Class A or C better. The cheaper one, I think it's the Class C. Unless you want voting rights. Class A has voting rights, but it trades at a slight premium. It's the greatest play in the history of all time. Goats? Oh, CERN. You're just trying to get more people to buy CERN puts? Maybe if enough people buy CERN puts, Popcorn popcorn trader, the like net delta will become negative enough that the price will just drop. Check GMs. There's a chart. I added words. Reopen runway to keep running. Ooh. Yeah, it looks pretty good. What do you think? Like 17? I'm up 30% on the calls I bought already. BBBY crushed. Dreams crushed at 18. No, I don't want your MMTR or MTTR. I got stopped out of Tesla too. Never been so sad about making money. That's just the nature of Tesla trades, right? Maybe it won't run. Maybe that's it. I hope so. I hope that's the end of it. SST gonna break downwards, I think. I think so too. I'm kind of waiting for it to move back down to this like this lower trend out here. Well, it kind of is, but anything under here, like another test at 2280 is possible and a really good entry, right? GME having a hard time getting over 147. I don't expect GME to do anything crazy today. Maybe another test of 150 before falling back down. There will be some FTDs coming up soon for that big dip in early March after OPEX. After Feb OPEX played out, we went down pretty hard. Again, we went from like 120 to down in like the 80s. So that'll be a lot of net short FTDs through that period. I just received an alert of New York City Governor for the man researched for the shooting yesterday. Did you receive it as well? No? Or maybe? I don't know. I don't check. Congrats on the Best Cam sponsorship. Oh, Jesus. My portfolio is full of weeklies and deep out of the money GME calls. It sounds responsible. How hard is BBY getting rejected here? Jesus. It's just moving down the SPY a little bit. Yeah, I think BBY's buyback's completed. Although I don't remember them saying specifically that it was completed, just that they'd dropped the total share count to 80 million. says an 8K was completed. Okay. Docu ripping. It's doing kind of good. Back up at 104. Completed. Okay. I haven't gotten a chance to read the 8K or anything yet. AMD gonna tickle 100. Is it? Probably. May do a little more than tickle it. Fuck is AMC up? Looks like the market's stabilizing on VWAP. So another push. Is it BBBY with the 80 million float? If that's the case, Cohen could only get 8 million shares. Okay. I mean, he can sell his calls and buy more shares. Or exercise his calls. Don't forget that a lot of that, like 9.45 million or whatever, is in calls. Tesla over 1,000. It's probably gonna break up, yeah. It looks strong. No faith in Sue. Still holding BBY 1750s. Yeah. Is that straight up shorting? It looks like, I mean, the market took a little bit of a downturn for a second there, but it looks like they shorted basically everything in the basket. GME tanked pretty hard. I don't know if that's part of the basket, but similar effects. I think BBY is okay. It's gonna recover. Also, I don't have weeklies. I have April 22nd. I don't recommend anybody starts with options. Risky. Start with stock, then start with more stock. Like if you can manage large positions of stock, then options are a little easier. Uranium on the daily? It's good today. This is a head and shoulders though. It'll probably break back down to like 28. Yes, catching back up. Okay. Just looks like a little bit of shorting to slow the momentum on all of these. Are we doing post MOASS? Did you see the leather chair I DM'd you? I did. I can't see how it's on Reg Show, but there it is. They can short it when it's on Reg Show. It has an infinite float, so you can always obtain a pre-borrow agreement. Bought into BBBY in the PM. Cost basis of 1583. Same like free money. You did good. I don't see a negative volume bar on Fidelity. Yeah, Fidelity has some sort of issue when straddles are placed, and it does that. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta go grab my food real quick. I'll be right back. I feel like I'm gonna get fucked on these BBBY calls. No refunds. At least I bought some time on them. Cohen can buy 12 million shares without being considered an interested investor. Oh, okay. What are your thoughts of near the money SST Maze? That's what I bought last night. That's what I'm waiting to buy today. Nice, Kyle. What do you think of Houston Wade? He's cool. He's a nice guy. He's not really like a stock guy, but you still have your clove position? Clove? I never had a clove position. CLVR, not CLOV. No. I don't like this turd. I think GME calls will be cheaper in a couple weeks. I'm not super bullish on the near term for GameStop. Like the next couple weeks I think are going to be pretty flat, pretty down. Well, flat is in low volume. Down is the direction of our price action. Yeah, I would definitely say trading stocks before options. GPS rug pull incoming. Did it get pulled any harder than it already has? Hmm. Let's go, Willie. Well, it's a good thing you're not part of one, Bob Lewis. Whew. I don't think Houston's ever purported himself to be like a stock guy. Like he's interested in stocks, but he's not like a professional or anything. Rock guy, not stock guy. Yeah. That has nothing to do with emotions keeping me out of the 8er play. I would say that if you're in the 8er play, you've let your emotions get you into it. Buying SST yet? Maybe. It can go down a little more. 1 hour cooldowns on people shilling Ader. Let's fucking go. I'm gonna cool them down. I mean, I don't care if people are in it. I just don't think it's a good play. They'll either bounce or it'll drop. I've puts and calls, so I don't really care at this point. No. Turd pointed it out. And it looks exciting. I would say exposure in April is higher. Everything just ran, so there's a good chance that exposure is pretty high for the monthly contracts. If we're really entering a recession, do you think hedge funds are going to get a stern talking to about shorting American businesses into the ground? Or in a round of applause from their shareholders and investors? BBBY 20C 819, good play. Picked up a few this morning. Yeah, I think they are. 819. So this. Yeah, they're a good price right now. And it covers both OPEX windows, which is nice. Interesting. I think it could bounce. I don't know what it's going to do, frankly. Volume's dying off a little bit, so we'll see if volume picks back up or not. It could also fall back to like 1327. But I have a kind of a bullish straddle on it for 1 DTEs. So as long as it doesn't trade flat, I'll make some money there. Premiums were cheap, so GameStop's doing okay. Surprisingly well, up on the day. It's the SPY look. SPY looks pretty bullish too. Weber is heavily shorted. We've looked at it in the past. It's interesting. They're seasonal too. With summer coming up, it could be a good play. I have it on my watch list. Thoughts on Ader? I think it's range bound, and they can offer more shares and kill any squeeze potential. When if XRT issue gets resolved, do you think it will be a willful slow unwinding or a massive explosion with margin calls and defaults? I mean, they did this with XRT last year, after a lot, they used XRT heavily to bring GameStop's price down in Feb of last year, putting it on Reg Show, but they covered, the short positions on it by March. I expect we'll see something similar again. As soon as they get as soon as they're able to launder the FTDs from the most recent run, I expect they'll start covering on XRT. What's range bound? I don't think it can go that high. We can take a look at it, but I mean, it's up 50 cents from yesterday. I don't think it's gonna break, like resistance at 750 anytime soon. Volume's already declining. Most of the position that they needed to cover is probably covered. The company can release more shares. I just don't have any expectations here. And I'm not interested in buying the stock, so percent gains don't mean shit to me. And, the price has only increased $2.50. Yeah, I mean, you can just wait for it to peak and then buy puts. What's the fucking difference? Better than chasing it. Yeah, Weber barbecues. They make other shit too, but is there still a possibility that we squeeze even though they got out of this cycle? Yeah. We told them not to talk ADR until $8. Make them wait and bleed. Super volatility candle just now on BBBY. What happened? It's turning around. Could be a Head and Shoulders. Do you see Tesla continuing to move upward through tomorrow? I think 1,000 is going to be difficult, but it looks bullish right now. I wouldn't be surprised if it tested 1,000 again today. And I'll probably buy some further dated calls, but I don't think I can afford those in this account. Not right now. Is it good TA to recognize and utilize wedges inside larger wedges? Yeah, it is. You can have macro and micro trends, so. DCTX significantly over Gamma Max and coming down. It doesn't look like it's set up for more price improvement. I would say it's gonna probably keep coming down. It doesn't look good from a TA perspective either. No problem, Mitch. B of A warning of a recession just tells me there's more juice in the run before it tanks. Any chance SST runs this afternoon? I don't think we're going to see a lot of price action on SST till next week. It could experience a little volatility tomorrow, but probably not significant. You'll see the pressure mounting as, you know, positive delta starts to exceed the float again. There were a lot of exit opportunities over the last couple of days, right? Not everyone's piling back in at the same price or near the same price as they exited at. So there's going to be some recovery. And then, you know, people will likely pile back into long positions and push it up again. Profit-taking consolidation, profit-taking consolidation, breakout. Would the GEX for SST next week be insane, considering how many calls are deep in the money expiring tomorrow? Yes. Should be pretty good. Favorite quarter fed arcade game as a kid? Street Fighter. What CCs are you looking at for next week? I already sold 150, 250s for next week. But those are risky. I still have some 170s and 180s that I sold for next week as well. Still waiting for an entry on SST today? Yeah, just being patient. This reversal looks kind of good. I might... I'll pick up something at the money. I'd love for entry below 2250, but I think I might have missed it. 240s. Those are down about $50 from this morning. I think IV can crush out a little more. Do CCs go in the money? Do you take the L and buy them back, or let your shares get called away? I just buy them back. Thanks, Bob Lewis, Brigadier Shill. If you were to start a restaurant based off of a niche snack food, fries, tots, wings, etc., what would you do? Good question. Fucking asshole. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Go back down. Stop it. Yeah, it didn't spike it too much. Yeah, maybe I'll pick up some 25s right now. Just in case. The 20th, right? Am I tripping, or didn't AT dump 20% in the past week? It's gapped up a few days ago on the daily chart. I believe AT&T did dump. I don't really care for that stock very much. I think they have an okay dividend. Check ARQQ again. 6K options expiring in the money for tomorrow. I mean, I don't think 6K in options is going to fucking cause a gamma squeeze. It's also an ETF, so it's not going to squeeze at all. It kind of looks like shit, frankly. Signed on that shit. BBBY is looking good. Did you just enter SST? Yeah, I bought some more. Data reading options, are you bullish or bearish for BBY? Bullish. Not super. I just think it'll move up to like back up to like 19. Thoughts on all the puts on Pulte Group? I don't give a shit. ARQQ, not ARKK. Oh. And I still don't think that 6,000 calls is sufficient to cause a gamma squeeze. Looks like there's no OI for the 14th expiring that's in the money. There's 6,000 at 15 that's out of the money. In the money OI is super low. Looks like people are bailing, or if there was OI in the money, it looks like people have bailed on their position or exercised already. Even on the far dated calls, there's very little open interest in the money. Remember, only a very small percentage of options ever actually get exercised. Is there a point in buying a lot of theta on SST? I'm not buying a lot of theta. No, I don't think so. Enough that, you know, you're not going to experience like short-term decay that's going to affect the profits of your contract. But like, I like May 20s. They're They're reasonably priced. Thoughts on 1 DTE 150s? They probably won't print. If they do, it'll be brief. Gamma Max for GameStop? It's still elevated. It's up at like 180 or something like that. If SST reaches 38, will the financial system implode? No. That's on Lulu. Lululemon? It's having a great day. Actually looks pretty good. Jesus, it's worth a lot of money. Honestly, it doesn't look bad for a breakout of 400. Kind of missed the boat on this one, though, now. Is this the Tesla peak? Time for puts? No, I think it can go higher, frankly. SPY looks like it's, I mean, like the market looks like it's going to move back to 442 right now. Bob is peeking its head over. What's that? 150 cc's confirmed? No. I mean, 150s are probably fine, but they're risky. They're very risky. I know they're worth a lot. It's enticing, but how can I use arbitrage between German and US markets as a retail investor? You can't. Wheat breakout? It's at 11-12. If you had a choice between buying GPS, BBBY, or Tesla for a little money play in the dip earlier, guess which one I picked? I have no idea. The cheapest one? Isn't the GME decreasing daily volume an indication for an upcoming strong move? Yes. Ooh, I mapped out or I outlined the volume trends for Wyckoff. It actually looks beautiful. We go out to let's go to the 1 hour. It's really nice. To work. Nope. TradingView's being a bitch again. There we go. Look at the declining volume in the lower band. Also, there's a rounding off of our bottom here in like the 142 range, which is pretty bullish as well. I do expect this to drag out longer. But it's interesting. It'd be very interesting to see GME move purely on institutional interest instead of, you know, market mechanic catalysts. Like actual price realization, which is actually unheard of on the stock so far. BBBY looking good for its second test of 18. I don't know why it's running into so much resistance here. I feel like it shouldn't be. Tesla pushed up a little higher, 107. This could fail. Now that it's had like these two local peaks, I could see a move maybe back to like 1,000. But I wouldn't necessarily expect it to fall below there. Maybe like 198 at best. But honestly, it'll probably just keep pushing up. T+1 for calls to settle. Walk in. Yeah, SST is tempting. I averaged down a little bit from my buy-in last night, but I haven't gone full in yet. I'm just waiting. No problem, walk in. Rob Moonsky, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, dude. Jimmy pushing up to 148. XRT is just ripping today. I think I might close my calls. IV is way high. No, I'm not gonna buy a Cybertruck. Really not feeling these 150, 250 anymore. Scared? Jimmy about to bounce? A little bit. If you really aren't Persian, can you give us some tips on staying tan while sitting indoors 24/7? No. What was this sinister laugh about? Oh, I called the Tesla breakout. Did no one see that? I wrote break up and then it did. Fuck, I should have gotten in at 7. I don't use tanning lotion. These stocks frequently hit support resistance at the X20, X80 values. In order to keep the next set of calls from going in the money, or because the previous set of calls have gone in the money. And it's usually like 30-70. Usually there's a little more range on that. But remember, support and resistances don't act at their baseline, right? They act with like gravitational force towards that support resistance. So really there's a band. So every resistance and support has a band. So say this is the actual support line. There's a band around that which the stock will trade. But the majority of volume will trade at the support line. MM's de-hedging could look to get spicy. Yeah, it could. Probability of GPS hitting 16. Okay. BBBY price expectation for next week. It could move back up into like the $20 range. Is now a good time for far dated CLVR? I like the market cap below 50 million a little better. But yeah, I'd look far out for leaps. Also, there's no $1 strike, which kind of sucks. I want to thank you for all you've taught me with options. I sold a 20cc for BBY this week. We'll make 150. Bought the dip and picked up some 20c options on the cheap. I love you. Thanks. Congratulations, dude. Good job. Still kind of looks good. GameStop turning around a little bit. What do you think about Alto? It looked promising a little while back. I haven't taken a look at it in a while. Not like I wouldn't have like fantastic predictions on it. I mean, it looks like it's due for some price improvement. Sorry, I'm not looking at the. Hold on, I'll pull it up on here. It's looking okay. Price improvement is decent. It bounced over the last couple days. This 750 range looks kind of. I'm not particularly a big fan of his picks. Not that they're bad, they're good, but they're very like stable institutional selections. Slight undervaluations. Which is fine, it'll generate money, but it's not very enticing to me. Yeah, selling cover calls on GME can be pretty stressful. What would you choose, REITs or underlying in a company? Wait, what? REITs versus stock? Is that what you're asking? IBKR is sending out securities lending emails now to you. Interesting. I haven't gotten one from IBKR yet, but I've gotten them from Schwab and Fidelity recently. I got them for BBBY from Fidelity. And I have like an okay position, but it's not huge. What price target are you looking to offload your BBY calls? I was targeting like 20%, but maybe a little higher. I think like the 18. I mean, I've got till next week, so if they go in the money and it stabilizes, I don't really care. I mean, I guess they're already in the money, but if they go further in the money and stabilize above 18, I'll wait and see if it can improve back up towards max pain. Max pain on BBBY right now is at so tomorrow's max pain and next week's are at 21 and 2150, but the 30-day max pain's at 21, with the 60-day being at 20, 90-day at 20. So yeah, I think a move back towards max pain is likely. So I think I'm gonna probably hold on to them. I mean, I'm encouraged to now that they're in the money, right? I don't like Workhorse or Solo. I know about both of them. Workhorse is looking a little better. There's been some, I think, changes to their management, and I think, I'm not sure, but I think they got another contract. Where does AMD have its next strong support above 100? You mean resistance? 106. There'll be resistance at 104, 105, and 106, and 105 and 106 can act as supports. Or historically have acted as support. I'm still considering writing some 150 calls on GME expiring tomorrow to make about 1K. I figure worst case, I lose my shares, but I can buy them right back again. Am I right? You can, but don't forget about your... The reason I pull them back is because I don't want to get long-term capital gains. Even though most of my shares don't qualify yet, the ones that do, I don't want to sell. I frankly don't want to sell any of them ever, but I don't think I've ever been assigned on a covered call on GameStop. How do you find Max Payne? Look it up. Literally, you just look up Max Payne for the ticker. Should you be planning to sell on a test of 106, or you think it'll break through? I have pretty far dated calls. I don't have anything short term, so I'm not really interested in a test of 106. I have 100s for August, 105 for August and July, and then I have 110 and 115 leaps. Why would I knock on wood? I can buy them. I don't sell anything I can't buy back. Even if I did get assigned, I wouldn't give a shit. I mean, it's like more than double my cost basis. Are you entering SFM or are you already in? I'm already in. A lot of those like recession value plays that I picked out this week are kind of longer term. Like BTU, SFM. What percent of your portfolio do you keep as cash? Not a lot. But I have things I can move out of quickly. Or that I can use for margin if I need to enter something new. But I would say about 10% just available for stuff. 10-20%, depending on the week. Some weeks I have more available, some less. I'm looking at May. That's a bit soon. Not terrible for the at the money, but might be a bit soon for like good growth. Dude, $20 is not a bad price on BBBY. This is a company trading at, you know, a 1.5 to $2 billion market cap with $8 billion a year in revenue. $8 billion a year in revenue in the pandemic, during the pandemic, right? They're doing fine. They're not going out of business. $20 is a great price. $25 isn't even a bad price. If you're getting stock below 20, you're killing it. People think Jamie is undervalued at 1x PS. Should be foaming at the mouth looking at BBY, PS, and SI. Its market cap right now is 1.72. It's actually probably a little higher because WeBull's not factoring in the appropriate free float, but that'll update in the next few days usually. There'll be a bunch of misreporting of the float size on BBBY, and people freak out, and there'll be a lot of posts on Reddit, and then it'll normalize. Broad question, how much effect do derivatives have on the market generally? Has it become the tail wagging the dog in terms of leading the market rather than just being an instrument? Yes, and no. It depends on the amount of liquidity in the market. The more liquid the market is, the less effect derivatives have. Just like with a stock, but on a broader scale, right? Illiquid stocks are far more influenced by their options chain. I think people are just buying BBBY because it's sub $20. I don't know how many FTDs are being covered. Some. Nice parabolic. Wheat 11.2. Nice. Still climbing. People that actually trade, agricultural commodities have talked to me, and their price targets for wheat are far higher than mine. So it's bullish. Don't we expect FTDs from Cohen's buy-in to have forced covering any day now on BBBY? Again, FTDs don't influence price action unless they are significantly net short and there are massive numbers of them. You have to have something else driving the price action. Please describe your frequent chat members as if they were Elden Ring NPCs, mobs, etc. Thanks. I don't really know enough about the game to do that, Shakiseki, but thank you. I appreciate it. What's my time frame on wheat? Early summer to early to mid-summer. I expect to see the highest prices. There's a slim potential for it to get kind of carried away. It's not going to squeeze, but it could ramp up. Interest in the ETF specifically is very high. There's a bunch of tickers for wheat futures. It depends. There's different kinds of wheat also. What months are summer? June, July, and August? So end of July, beginning of August. October wheat calls are nice. In case of BBBY, why does the price want to move back to max pan? Because that's where market makers want it. CLVR, good wheat play. No, not related. Yeah, pasta's also hard wheat. I have calls on both. Thanks. So basically, BBY FTD pile out from Cohen's buy-in. They should be building up, but we don't know when they'll be high enough to have a lot of covering price improvement. Yeah. What we sort of expect from RC's buy-in is for it to trigger. What's a good way to explain this? What are those like little earthquakes that build into the, like, I know you have aftershocks, but what's the buildup? What are the buildup ones called? Tremors? Yeah. So think of it as RC's buy-in starting like a small wave of tremors in the FTD cycles on BBBY, right? And these will increase in magnitude as time goes on. Alpha waves? Driving to Long Island to visit family for the Easter holiday. Thanks for the entertainment while driving. Friendometer full bull. Thanks, Rims and Tims. Why don't they all hit at once? Because they defer them. They defer them, they offset them, they wash them through ETFs. But they keep increasing. Once the initial event occurs, this like dropping a pebble in a pond, right? Harmonic resonance is what you're describing. The buy-in started a ripple effect that will overlap with existing FTD trimmers. Yes. Tremor analogy is fantastic, coming from a geologist. Thanks, Mr. Flags. Ripple effect same like Elliott wave. No, Elliott wave same like stupid. The tremor analogy is fantastic, coming from a Kevin Bacon fan. Say something nice about Elliott Waves guy. He's new. It's hard to go from YouTube troll / prank video producer to stock market aficionado. I'm rooting for him. What you're describing is harmonic frequency, where the peaks build into such a cacophony that forms a brown note and Kenny poops himself. What are your thoughts on CLVR? You've stopped talking about it, or I missed it? I'm gonna buy Leaps at some point. It's so funny that I'm like speculative, cheap shit stock whose run is based on an incomplete scanner. versus solid blue chip plays. That make decent returns. And everyone's all in on this garbage. Why? Yeah, BBBY is moving up. I never said that. I don't like short time frames on big blue chip stocks like Caterpillar. Because fuck you, that's why. Fuck you too, Carl. Is it true you have a crush on Wanda Sykes? No? Did someone ask earlier what months are summer? Yes. Hello, Zakira's wife. Are you moving in Houston Wade Stocks and Rocks theme shows talking about earthquakes? I paper handed my BBBY calls earlier. Shame me. Yeah. Did you make money on them? Or did you just sell at a loss? Do you like CVS at the moment? I did a write-up on it on Pickles Picks poker on Sunday. If it was illegal to dance in New York, would you take your skills underground? No, I don't want to get shot. Is it true Wanda Sykes has a crush on you? I doubt it. Yeah, but what's to guarantee that they get exercised, J-Mac? Why not just sell them? Do recommendations on paper trading options. TDA is pretty good, I think. A lot of people seem to like that for paper trading options. Too soon? Sorry. Your wife and I may be in New York City late April. Any recommendations for dinner? Don't eat it too late or you'll get heartburn. Have you ever gotten exercised on early for either puts or calls? Rarely. Like once or twice, maybe. If they're in the money, yeah. But out of the money, no. And still usually on Fridays. BBYPT today? It could hit 19. The rate of theta decay only accelerates as you get closer to expiration. Any suggestions outside of Jimmy? I mean, it really depends on how much money you got, Jay. Tesla's really good for wheeling. Difficult, but really good. There's more stable stocks for doing it on. It depends on your risk. If you're just looking to maximize profits, then you're looking for stocks with high implied volatility. Or both high implied volatility and higher delta value, like higher price stocks with high volatility will have the best premiums. That's on GPS and F hitting 16 by next week. I don't have a lot of confidence in F hitting anything. GPS not even looking very good to hit 15 today. Kind of lackluster. That's on SST weeklies. I don't like them. Pulte is sus as fuck. Probably. I know you talked about BBBY and FTDs piling up. Wanted to know your thoughts on the potential price target for BBBY once they start covering those. Which you probably won't see until OPEX. But 30, 40. Look at previous OPEX runs for BBBY. See, Tesla acquired LTUM, lithium mine. I didn't. His motivations are suspicious. Why? Because he has some sort of fucking beef with BCG? Who gives a shit? So does everyone else. OPEX run times same as GME OPEX runs. What? Yes. But BBBY is in IWM primarily. I already looked at Alto earlier, Bo Bandy. I don't like it that much. I just don't think it has that much range. If I was buying stock, maybe, but I don't really like it. Which days look spiciest for SST next week? Is it possible for them to avoid expected exposure? Sure. Super high risk play. Next Tuesday, probably pretty spicy. Depending. I'm gonna check call OI increase over the last couple days as we move into next week. I'm buying May 20 calls right now, so nothing short term. OPEX period for GME. I heard you say May, but what's the date? May 22nd? I believe, no, 23rd is the beginning of the T plus. OPEX for GME is going to be between May 24th and June 21st, 22nd. Because we don't know if they're going to roll it forward in the ETFs again. Wouldn't even know that was something they could do, frankly, until recently. But currently, they're not building up a lot of obligations, so... Yes. Yeah, market's closed Friday. No, I'm not muted. Or August. Well, hopefully we can track if they're kicking the can. But maybe not. GME is flattening out. It's finding a floor. I slept okay last night, Darth Dan. Thank you. About a 658er put for April 22nd. What's lucrative about SST? Just trapped short positions, waiting for dilution. It could squeeze, potentially. It may not, though. Probably won't. How does GME OPEC signal any buying pressure on the cycles now that XRT has been on the threshold list this entire time? We can track creation in ETFs. Is there a possibility MOASS will happen irrespective of cycles and market mechanics? No. Probably not. I mean, the split? It has to be an outside catalyst. A big one. What would qualify as a squeeze on a SST versus just positive price movement? Break of 40? GME update Reddit? Why? What's there to update? I don't understand this. What do people want updates on? Are they day trading? Like, who gives a shit? Are we even up higher than we were yesterday? No? And there's nothing significant happening here. Traded 92,000 volume. We have FTDs. The market's moving up. I don't really understand the point of updates on. Like, we're just gonna come back down. You know that, right? Like, this isn't fucking MOASS or anything. It'd be funny if it MOASSes now. It's not gonna. Not even slow ass. Like, volume's not increasing on this, right? It's just FTDs. They'll cover them, we'll drop into the end or middle of the day. BBBY triple top. No. Breaking out. Ascending wedge. Ascending triangle. We still don't know. We only have 1 point of confirmation for them shifting the OPEX obligations. So we could run in May for May OPEX, which would be our traditional OPEX period. Or if our new cycle is in June for quad witching, then we'll run in June. I think it's still in May, frankly. But then are they going to pull the same shit and roll their puts out to June? And close on the futures expiration? I mean, it's riskier. It causes far more price improvement when they do that. I kind of hope they do, but it makes it harder to track. Because every time something new happens, we have to take that into account when moving into the next cycle period. And the shift from Feb expectations into March, upsets our ability to predict within a tighter time frame. OPEX for BBBY, it's been on the same cycle as GameStop. Nice, I like turtles. Congratulations, dude. My 5-year bag holding of LTUM is finally making me rich. Thank you for acquiring LTUM, Elon. Congratulations, 2 Dans, 1 Subway Cup. As retail, the ideal move would be to wait till mid-May to open July, August calls. Yeah. Maybe not even. Maybe the ideal play is to open, June calls in May and August calls in June. But there's other things coming up too, right? So other things that can cause price improvement, like the NFT marketplace being released. We're not breaking 150, right? We could. I don't think we're going to sustain it, though. So I'm finding a floor at 34.50. It looks like it. I mean, yeah, it's holding it for now. Seems like they might be concerned with my risk tolerance. I mean, they could recall their shares if they wanted to vote, but they'll automatically vote for the split anyway, so why would they recall? Jimmy Squeeze hurt the BBBY short. It could, yeah. That's on Tesla breaking 110 today. It's not looking good right now. A share recall on GME would blow up all existing short positions if it was done in mass. Thanks for the hot tip on on GPS turd. Look at this BB. To be fair, you were up 30% and didn't take profits. It's true. I mean, the total investment was like $200. No, Stefan. All shares lent. Yep, they don't care. They'd still recall their shares. I don't think GME has idiosyncratic risk to the markets. None that the SEC wouldn't shut down as soon as it became apparent. Think this profit taking on BBBY currently? Probably. What's the point of financial advisors and they barely match index fund gains while charging more expenses? Good question. Cool, Casey. What price do you think GME will be in late June and July? I don't know. If we get another OPEX run from this price point, we could break 200. I don't know if we'll stabilize in that range, but could see highs at 200, 250. 8 or greater than SST? No? Any update on your current sentiment towards DD? I still have a call there. That's my sentiment. Time for 8 or puts yet? No, I still think it can hit 7. It is nearing some serious resistance, though. Yeah, 750 still. I would wait. Why do you only expect 200 plus? In the last May, we went from a low off 136.50 to 350 in 3 weeks. Cool. Have you looked at GameStop FTDs last May compared to now? Well, that's not true at all. The Shamanist. I said I wasn't interested in it till it hit 8. $200 seems very conservative. That would be my expectations for standard OPEX price action, especially if we have OPEX in May and not June. This has nothing to do with the split. That's just what I'd expect from OPEX. Do you have an opinion on John Oliver? I don't really watch him much. Last OPEX got pushed out, but that doesn't mean the next one will. Ugh, you disgust me, Stefan. Historically, yeah, BBBY's followed the same OPEX cycle as GameStop. This is May 20th. The OPEX and gains soonest May 23rd-ish. Yeah. Did anybody read the fucking DD? Just go read the DD. Then I don't have to answer these questions. Why are Workhorse and Snap so similar today? Are they in a basket together? I don't think so. Workhorse is definitely not a tech stock. Software, social media. They're a manufacturer. My DD's still there, even if I'm banned. I think it will be a better time to pick up more GME. Got 2K to drop in it and average down from 160. I think there'll be opportunities to buy it lower than it is right now. Yeah. Still chopping below 149. Break it. Take on Goldman by the end of the year. I want to say back to 200 fast. But I think people will be surprised. Do longer time frames necessitate broader stops? Generally. It depends on where your buy-in is, though. It is bullish that we've stabilized in the 140s. It's very good. Breaking 150 a little bit. Why would I be sweating about 152? I only have 2 of them. Because they're not really shorting us much. Which is good and bad. Yeah, no problem. Only never. Are you concerned at all that we're going to become far superior traders than you? Not for you, popcorn trader. Are we worried about my 165 cc's for tomorrow? 165s? I don't know. I'm not worried about my 152s. Because I already am? No. May OPEX is T+2 from the May monthly expiration. CVS breakout? Looks good. Jesus, I had a rough morning. You act like you don't respect my prowess. I mean, if you print on your CERN puts, I will. It'd be safe to buy calls in like July or August. Otherwise, by the time June happens, your theta will have decayed your contract so much that even if it runs, it won't be worth anything. If I were them, I'd let it get all spicy into May OPEX, get people to YOLO in, and then fucking flash crash the stock. And cover in June. How is them not shorting it bad? They're not building up any obligations. Wells Fargo just released a $10 price target on BBBY. Hope so. Ugh. Gross. Let's see if it recovers here or not. She's been extra sneaky today. She has been. Kind of still looks okay. These rejections aren't very significant. It's hard to push up through 10-10. Ugh. Gross. It's what not good. Another Wyckoff point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. Hope you had the time of your life. Are you listening to like best of the 90s, turd? Will it be difficult to sell far-dated contracts for BBBY during the next cycle? I have Jan 2023 35C contracts. Will there be enough volume on the contracts dated that far out? I mean, if they go in the money, yeah. I think interest in leaps for BBBY is pretty high. Usually you don't have liquidity issues there. How do analysts' reputations not get ruined when they come out with price targets that are well below the actual paper value of the company? They're just doing their job. I'm officially closing my checking account at Wells Fargo in response to their shenanigans. That's what did it for you? I don't care about Morant's rants. It's just some fucking nobody. Why YouTube volume so low? I don't know. Turn your speakers up? How safe do you think 152 CCs are this week? I mean, I sold a couple. You still believe in the BBY play after earnings? I don't think their earnings were that bad. YouTube volume lower than usual. I mean, it can't be. I didn't change anything. It's exactly the same. Do you think shorts not shorting us now means the remaining short positions can be covered in the next few OPEC stock split? Or are they waiting for market recession to short bad? They're probably waiting until they have the rest of their ETF obligations wrapped up before they short hard again. Volume and volatility are already driving down, though. They just need volatility at a low point so they can enter another entropy swap. There's also, you know, the off chance that all of everything they do is in order to drive volume and volatility and profit off of swaps, and has very little to do with any actual short positions. Because what they do with ETFs is very, very profitable. And in the face of a split, they can simply stop doing it. What's up, Trina? I mean, it's true. It's something that needs to be considered. I didn't, well, I don't care. It's not nice. How very Gaffgarian of you. I mean, not quite the same, but sure. This is where I come in and say daily short volume, irrelevant figure. We went over this yesterday. If the FTDs are being washed through ETFs and ETF creation is being used to satisfy lenders, then why the fuck would the daily short volume matter at all? I think you're missing the laundering of GameStop shorts through ETFs. Why don't they do this with other stocks if it's so profitable? They do, but not to the same extent. Other stocks don't have a large amount of people tying up liquidity, do they? In order to generate volatility, you need buy and hold. Even better, DRS. Discord audio is down? It looks like, no, I mean, it says it's working. Thanks for letting me know, quick name. Jimmy's gonna test again. Maybe? No. Interesting. Aren't advantageous short buys. I think someone's buying a position on GameStop. Huh. Yeah, like a long position. They're not very well timed. It was 140. Huh. Interesting. Institutional interest? Yeah, it kind of looks that way. Why does it look that way? All of these, like, positive volume spikes The candles are open and closing within like a very tight range. And they seem to be timed on breakouts. I mean, this one actually moved the price of the stock. It's tough to say, but this doesn't look like this isn't as well timed as their usual CNS buying, right? Usually their CNS buying is very level over the course of the day. And they don't gap the stock up, but these buy-ins are gapping up the price. Specifically those, which is odd. Like the short positions intentionally try not to gap the price up, right? So when they're covering FTDs, their goal is to keep the price as stagnant as possible. And these have been all buying into sell pressure. So the low for the candle is always lower than, so these are candles that are opening. They're opening and dropping, and then that's triggering a buy order, right? Which is causing them to close higher than they open. So open, low, and then the high and close are like that. On all of them. All of these positive buy pressure spikes. So they're running the price till it gaps up, and then letting the shorts come in and drop it into the close of the candle, which indicates like long buying from a position not normally buying GameStop, because this isn't something we usually see. Dark pool order for 300,000 shares of Docu dropped the lit exchange at 12:05. Nice. Docu's good. It's in a nice range right now. The 100 to 105 bounces seem to be pretty decent. Nothing's hard to buy. If you want to buy a stock, there's always stock available. Institutional buying is expected as part of Wyckoff, but they should be buying the dips, right? So when you see institutional volume come in, it should be coming in on the downside. When people are selling, they're buying, right? What's not true, Popcorn Trader? Oh, stocks, yeah. What? How can Wells Fargo? HD do anything? Ooh. Hey. The calls are printing. Can it break? Wells Fargo sponsoring Pi-Fi now? No. But analyst ratings are complete horseshit. I don't know why anyone actually gives a fuck what Wells Fargo is setting their price target for BBBY at. I think we can exclude a margin call at this point. The candles be from options hedging? It could be, but it doesn't look like there's that much call interest in GameStop today. RC? Awful lot, if that's the case. Bill Pulte Jr., Stefan, is a billionaire. Yeah, he's not buying his own stock unlike Fidelity, all right? His entries would be bought by a large financial institution over time, just like any other institutional buy-in. Self-made billionaire. Yeah, sure. His net worth is listed at 100 million. Ew. We're coming for you, DFE, for a second, yeah. You say that like you wouldn't be gambling as a billionaire. I mean, probably not. You think a squeeze is still possible and Gmail with a split dividend? Yes. Agree that there's something super sus about the guy. Just showed up randomly as now the center of Super Stonks world. Whatever. Just let them have their fucking hero worship. Monkey knife fights. You'll never know, Crawford. Do you think the squeeze will happen before or after the split dividend occurs? It could happen at either time. It'll depend if they recall shares or not. Super Sonic is so unimpressive. It's unfortunate it's the face of GME Reddit. Is what it is. You saw fertile ground for new followers because there is to do beneficent billionaire worship for RC, so why not add Pulte to the pantheon? Yeah. Delta neutral is still around 140, 135-ish. They could potentially, but they're not gonna. The points in time at which a share recall could occur would be I mean, it can happen for the vote, but it's very unlikely, especially with non-voted shares voting yay. It's unlikely that we'll see a share recall for the vote. So, ex-dividend date would be the most likely time to see one, if they even do one. It's in their interest to do it, especially if the stock is overshort, but maybe they don't want to eat the obligations, but the obligations will still turn up either way. So even if they don't recall, it'll create a series of fails that will carry out post-split through an FTD cycle. Ginger Balls is dead on about that guy, in my opinion. I kind of agree, yeah. It's in a closing stream. You said your tinfoil theory about DRS. Did you repeat? Because I can't remember which stream it was. That they push DRS to drive illiquidity to make volatility plays more profitable. You ever played around with jujitsu? Did it for a while. Keep my ginger balls out of your mouth. Jay Fresh, stop stealing his DD. I don't think he can. He's banned. They didn't not do that. You guys are welcome. I bought a put. That's why we're going up. Why would you buy a put when we're trading like flat against 40? Can Jamie have an ex-div date prior to the release of the share split notice? No, I don't think so. I think SEC requires that it be outlined in the notice. And there's a certain amount of time also. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You argued with Blanderson and they banned you for toxicity. That's ironic. price action is making me very uncomfortable. Why? It's nice. Nice little steady climb. The Wyckoff model is kind of crazy similar to price action, and I thought it was just astrology for men. No. When Wyckoff is true and backed by volume trends, it's pretty accurate. Smart money is kind of predictable in some ways. Miss CC's, buy them back. Get the shit. Roll them. Roll them at the peak. I don't think SST is done at all. I bought a bunch more calls yesterday and today. It's finding a floor. Nothing's changed there. The positions are still just as fucked as they were. I don't own a leotard. FTDs and what looks like some institutional long interest. Is there a good rule of thumb to setting trailing stops on options? Use them. I mean, every stock is going to be different. Every situation's different. Learn to use them appropriately for each situation. There's no one-size-fits-all answer. Yeah, odds of AMD 520-105C printing. Looking okay. See how much longer the market rallies for. Made 500 on Tesla 110Cs. Nice, dude. I bought May 520s for a 520 expiration, rye bread. I have experienced swing traders and day traders prefer to trade with actual shares instead of options. Is there an advantage? Because most experienced day traders and swing traders are fucking idiots. And they don't know how to actually manage positions. They just gamble every day. And they found a system for gambling and they stick to it and they make minimal returns. Is selling CCs on GameStop bullish? No. It's not really bearish either. It's just an assessment of current price action. With no obligations being created through thoughts on short hedge funds attempting to survive a share recall and not wanting two separate short obligations, one in swaps, one in ETFs. Slow climb until split day, brainstorming. Maybe. Thanks for teaching me that unrealized losses aren't real. Sad face. What did you lose 9K on, though? I'd just avoid all three. What if the market rally keeps going? Then things will keep pushing up. You can't recall shares in a total return swap because a total return swap doesn't really work that way. But what it would do is, they have to rebalance total return swaps based on the current spot price. And also, the leverage of the return swap would increase with a dividend split, right? So they would have to cash settle the difference in order to keep moving the total return swap forward. So it's like a mortgage that gets refinanced every quarter. Or every year, depending. Is this going to be okay to play on stream? Hold on, I'll just mute it. I don't even give a shit. If this demonetizes me, it's fucking worth it.
Another Wyckoff point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you gave Kirk access to your wife.
Fucking worth it. Beautifully done, Ben. Again.
Another Wyckoff point, a stonk stuck in the road. Theta grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. It's something unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you gave Kirk access to your wife.
We need more. This is... Ben, keep going. Don't stop there. I played over a montage of pickled triangles and green candles. I have way more 90s lyrics. We know you do, turd. Can you briefly explain the potential behind SST? It's over short, and it's got a free float of 700,000 shares. The short position's overextended and underwater. It continues to generate FTDs cyclically, and we'll continue to see price improvement until the shares are diluted via warrants, which are not being released, I think, until June. What's your take on GME price action by the end of this week? I don't know. We'll see where this little bounce peaks out. Honestly, on the 4-hour, it looks like we're finding a floor, and we do have historical support in these ranges, so it's possible that we just start to stabilize here. EMA 120 acting as a pretty strong floor. 5 tests. And they're not pushing down on the stock very hard, so stabilizing a little bit. Detachable CNS. Could today's price action across the day be indicative of them covering XRT? I think XRT's price action yesterday and today might be indicative of them covering XRT. XRT's been doing a thing, a higher volume thing than usual. Yeah. I mean, based on the current price, like, CSPs are a good bet. It seems to have found a floor and it's stabilizing. So, I would say, you know, it's like 750s, or I guess it depends on if you're trying to get assigned or not. But yeah, that's what I would look for, is cash secure puts. It's timed well. Hey, more up. Let's go. Hey, whatever happened to Gap? Ah, you bitch turd. All right. Tomorrow, I mean, I'm not going to sell them because I only spent $200 on them. So I'm either going to lose all the money or it's going to make me rich. And by rich, I mean like $20 more than I bought them for. Wendy's or Lambo? I think it's more like Wendy's or like an upgraded size meal at Wendy's. How do you pay your monthly bills with so much of your port and GMA? I use covered calls to pay my bills. I also get REIT payments every month. But I sell covered calls on Tesla, Palantir, Apple. What else do I have covered calls? I think I have some covered calls on Neo. I have CSPs that I sold on Google and Amazon. Do you ever sell in the money CCs? Yes, frequently. It's just a dividend from REITs. I have a bunch of O. which is usually just set to reinvest, but don't go chasing bio stocks. Please stick to the SPACs and the memes that you're used to. That you're used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way and YOLO 510s, but I think you're moving too fast. Oh, turd. Wendy's or Olive Garden? Thoughts on Weber Girls? It's interesting. My 150s are in the money. I told you to sell fucking 180s like a month out. You're greedy shit. You're like, no, I'm gonna sell weeklies 5 times instead of selling calls once. Just like, if you're gonna take the risk, just take the risk all at once. Like, why fucking split it up like that? It doesn't matter if he doesn't fucking listen, M-dub. You lose your divvy if you sell calls on your position. If they're in the money, I think so. Moonwind, it wouldn't be the first time Moonwind's paper-handed his GameStop. Not long calls, short calls. They're discussing short calls. Well, yesterday he posited you sell 150 weeklies a bunch, right? Like just slightly out of the money weeklies near the end of the week. And you do that like 4 times. Or, and I said, why don't you just sell 180s for like a month out? Once. Clearly Moonwind decided to go with this plan. Which I'm still not sure I understand. Sell theta, not delta, yeah. May 20, SST calls at 30. I'm not a huge fan of 30 because it seems to peak there. But I mean, if the IV picks up, right, and there's a run, they'll be worth a lot more. But you're gonna have to be more careful with $30 calls. Also, 180's that far out. It'll take forever to fill unless I slam the bid. On monthlies, there should be more than enough interest. Like, I mean, it's gonna hit the bid hard, but break it up. What's the current OI? $600. Could go further out. Sell on the leaps. 190 Junes or 5,700 or 200s for June are have decent OI. Now I'm actually depressed I sold my Tesla call, right? I knew it was gonna fucking do that, but I got stopped, so I wasn't gonna jump back in. As long as it broke 1012, it was gonna just keep climbing. I sold some 1 DTE 150 CCs right before our run, but I think I'll be okay. I need to close below 152 tomorrow. Max Payne's at like 148 right now. But it might pick up a little bit, like 149, 150 by tomorrow. I don't think we'll close above Max Payne. That would be odd. What calls are you looking into for GME? None right now. SSC made 25s or go in the money for 20s? Well, I don't like in the money because if the price slips, then you're fucked, right? You're gonna lose all that delta value that you paid for. So I prefer 25s out of the money, but you know, once the price is stabilized below. So if something happens and the play is over, right, and the price starts dropping, if you go in the money, they're gonna lose value really, really fast. I don't think we're getting a crazy run overnight. It doesn't look like anything super interesting is going to happen to GameStop today or tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if we close a little lower than we're at right now. What time is it? 1:18? But be careful with that because even though the channel's fairly strong both to the up and downside, it is narrowing, right? We are consolidating. Even if it's downward, right? We're still consolidating. And so eventually we're going to reach a breakout point. And so the more we consolidate, the riskier the breakout gets. Even if the breakout it doesn't realize any big potential, we'll still probably break to the upside a little. If nothing else, just to relieve some of the buy pressure that's coming in, right? SS saying Pulte is joining the board, but to realize the proxy materials for the year are already out. Shh, just let them worship their billionaires. It's cute, right? It's like watching children. Hello, 150, my old friend. Next docu resistance. It's starting to build up some resistance here at like 105. 104. Previously, it had just broken through that. I didn't really have an issue. But over the last few days, it's built up a little more here. So this is the resistance. If it breaks to 105, it looks good for a push up to 108, 111 again. Interesting. Volume's good too. Jimmy falling back down. Yep. BBBY. What's it do? Still just chopping. Wonder if I should buy more here. 1785 is a pretty good price. I never said my favorite band was Imagine Dragons, ever. SST at 24. Cool. It looks good. Maybe it will push a little tomorrow. We'll see. That'd be a bit sooner than expected. Apple did break 170. Which is awesome. I wonder if that'll keep going up too. And the SPY fighting for 142.50. If it can clear 142.50, I think we'll see a move maybe tomorrow up to like, or sorry, 442.50. Move up to 445. I don't think we're gonna see it push back up. Oh crap. I don't think we're gonna see it push back up to like the 456 anytime soon. It could be a little while before it hits that range again. Where did the 460? Okay. Why does this keep moving? Oh, is it on the daily? Is that why? Okay. Maybe return to like 448. 448 seems possible. I really don't like that trend. So it's still on like its negative trend. But I think it's losing some steam, right? So it may be bouncing. Divergence is like, it's bullish. Down here. It's got a KD crossover. I would say, and it's oversold. I would say it looks good for a run back. This might be a really good entry for SPY calls. Risky though. The market's been fucking super unstable lately, but I mean the entry's good. Do you have to have the money to buy the shares when you sell a CSP? Either that or the margin. Sold a 150 CC yesterday for tomorrow. Thoughts? Am I sure? I'm sure you've talked about it already. I expect they'll fight for max pin. It could end up slightly above 150. But with Friday tomorrow being the last day of the week, they'll probably push down on it a bit. I still think the price action today is going to be relatively short-lived, right? We still haven't seen a high that would indicate that, you know, these are going to get, here, let me show you on TradingView. Oh, you know what it is? I think it's because it's like got live data now. There we go. So I don't even know if the 1 hour is the best time frame to look at this at. We haven't broken this high. So if anything, it would shift like this. But that would mean that the downside, like if we do break this high of 152.35, that would just shift like the peak of this a little bit. I don't think we will, based at least on current price action. So, you know, maybe like a double top before we start to decline. If we do shift and this becomes the high for this leg of consolidation, then I would expect this to kind of move out more and the drift down to be a little slower. But right now, that's still our high for the run. So, you know, this may be nothing. Still doing a member stream Sunday, Easter. Sorry if you've already said. I don't know. Maybe pre-market Monday. How do people feel about that? Like everyone's gonna be with their families and shit, and I feel like most people are gonna miss it. Beowulf, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go.
I love how all the non-members are like, take Sunday off.
With the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the scene.
I'll ask.
That he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
What the hell? Thoughts on Weber? It's kind of interesting. It's a stock we've monitored for a long time. I'll update if I have any feelings about it. About a 100C AMD for August. First non-meme stock auction I ever bought. Am I doing it right? Is AMD not a meme stock, or is it the original meme stock? Check the volatility on CVS. Is it doing crazy shit? Oh. Maybe like a big straddle or something? That was a lot. Like 10% of the fucking day's volume in one candle. It looks good. Like I like the reversal where it's at. Target's doing pretty okay. Maybe I should get out. Triple test. I feel like it's gonna fail here. What are my calls on this shit? Can't even remember. I have 235s for April. I think I just get out. I'm up. Like way up on these. Fuck, this is tough. Keep my maze. Retail does well in high inflation. That as businesses, they do well. They're able to pass on the cost of inflation to their customers. So I have 135s and 130s that I bought here at 117. Both are up a lot, but I think I get out of the 135s. I think I get out of both. I don't think it's gonna break out. Yeah. I'll keep my maze, but I have ones that expire tomorrow. So give me a second, guys. Fucking BTU just killed it this week. Fucking no. I wonder if it... I think I'm gonna take some profits here. Just cover my cost basis on this, and then just let the rest ride. I've got enough time. Damn, it's at exactly 50-50. That's only got like 200 votes. RC tweet. Warren Eichen by night. Called it. Okay, I'm just gonna take a second here and talk about how fucking awesome I am. First, does Dillionaire give me picks to irresponsible YOLO weeklies on? Sometimes. I've learned 1,000 times more than I ever did from the Echo Chamber sub. Thanks, Beowulf. Have you commented on Weber and ARQQ? I like Weber. I think it has potential, but it may be a little early for entry. ARQQ, I really don't think is going to gamma squeeze. There's no reason for those fucking options to be exercised. Who's Icahn? Carl Icahn. He's a very, very famous activist investor. Talk to us about how humble you are. Not at all. I think Ben Franklin said it best. In reality, there's perhaps none of our natural passions so hard to subdue as pride. Disguise it, struggle with it, beat it down, stifle it, mortify it as much as one pleases. It's still alive, and will every now and then peep out and show itself. You will see it perhaps often in this history, for even if I could conceive that I had completely overcome it, I should probably be proud of my humility. I just learned knowledge. Is the 4-hour range sufficient for MACD? It can be. It depends on how much volume's traded on the underlying. Lower relative volume, I would say no. Like below sub 2 million volume, I would look at the daily. If it's like average 3-month. Oh, the tie between Ryan Cohen's investment style and Carl Icahn and Buffett. There's actually some good pizza in New Jersey, but don't tell them that. Does the bar rate matter anymore since we're done with OPEX? I mean, yeah, but it keeps going down. It matters in the fact that it's going down. Or shout it out from the tops of the mountain. Fuck humbleness. Nerd? Why nerd? The world needs more handsome geniuses with humility. Warren and Icahn were in on Occidental on opposite sides of the trade. I know. Meanwhile, stonkers are Googling Icahn. I did a whole DD of linking Ryan Cohen's buy-in with Carl Icahn before he then used Icahn's proxy solicitor and is now tweeting about him. Good entry for Oxy? Not bad. This is kind of a long-term play, though. I wouldn't expect to make a lot in the short term. It looks like it's getting ready to break out again, though. Kind of like that, too. What do you say to people who don't care to learn or improve their personal skills? Fuck them. I mean, you're not losing our pi square. If you take a look at FREQ, they recently had news of a potential breakthrough to counter hearing loss with more trials to come. The results of those trials are far more important than the quote-unquote breakthrough. Penny bio stocks are always having some sort of breakthrough that means nothing. I might run for a couple days. If you buy in now, you can bag hold until the trials. I'll reiterate, I don't like bio stocks, especially biotech and like fucking this garbage that's like untested. It's a long road from here to profitability. Some of them are, you know, like 100 baggers, but not all of them. So the potential is high, but so is the risk. You accidentally modded me in Discord, so I banned Moonwind. Okay. That's not the worst thing I've heard all day. I used to think trading was an unfair game. Now I know it's an unfair game that I can play too. It's in understanding how it's rigged against you that you that's the thing that you can use most to your benefit, right? If you know how the game's rigged against you, you can take advantage of that. It looks like Do It, I Hate My Family is starting to win out. No weekend for Gherk. Let me tell you the tale of my 100K penny stock bio play. Please don't. It's bouncing off its 1-year lows for the 4th time in a year. What do you think? Wait till it consolidates off the bounce. I already know what you're talking about, by the way. I watch Upstart. Is that the famous Persian guilt trip? It is. RLFTF. Look it up. Oh boy. There are many stories like yours. Top loaf. But that one's yours. 6 cents. Nice. Found your problem? Letting the poors vote. I'm not going to weigh their votes at the end. I'm probably not going to do the Sunday stream, but I'll do it maybe pre-market Monday. We'll do a member stream. I just feel like there's not going to be enough people around, and then I'm just going to get DM'd a ton of questions instead. My vote finally counts. Silky Smooth, Cerebral Dan. Welcome to Cornishon. Thank you so much. Pre-market sounds better. When and where do you do pickles picks? In Billionaires? I'd also like to take a moment to point out how hot fire pickles picks were this week. That's all. Thoughts on pensions? Seems like a sick joke. They are. Giving away interest on your money in order to save it. My broker voted in the poll on my behalf. Good enough. When works best for you? I mean, I don't really care. Can you pick GME for Pickles Picks next week in that case? No. All GME information shared with everybody. That would be disingenuous and uncool. Can I vote in your poll if my membership is not DRS'd? No. Could I turn 2K into 120K? Not likely. You could turn 2K into 2.5K and then maybe turn that into 3. And then you could turn 3K into like 4K. 4 into 5 and 5 into 8. 8 into 16. Takes time. Build it up slow, and then YOLO it all into 0 DTE Tesla calls. Tesla dead. It kept running. Might be dead now. Jesus. If only I'd held. Some profit taking, but I think it'll probably continue to move up. Everything's looking pretty strong going into Friday, so. Pretzel, thank you so much for upgrading to Billionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Breaking down a little. I could close, but for minimal profits. I don't really think it's breaking down. Like it's moving below the EMA, but this just looks like a continuation of this downtrend. I mean, this is bullish, just not super bullish. Looks a little better on the 15. I think it's going to keep turning around. Like back to like 1950 is not out of the question. I'm going to hold. Just one more. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. If you had some money in X, would you feel comfortable holding here or get out with a little profit? My price targets for X are way the fuck out. Like 140, 160. Can't even show you. I didn't go out to the weekly, but I think X is going to keep pushing up to at least 46. That's my initial price target. I only have leaps on this though. And then after that, I think 60. And based on its rate of increase, I mean, performance like we saw in 2008 isn't out of the question. God, Home Depot is so fucking reliable. It's off the one. Back up. I mean, at least 330, right? I think so. All right. Jimmy found a little support at 147. What's the thesis on X? Russian steel supply cut off? Demand increasing? Not only due to the infrastructure bill, but more like residential apartment building in order to solve the supply issue in the housing market. Twitch? Maybe. We'll see. How do I short the strippers housing market? I mean, you're not in a position to do it very profitably. You'll be playing Tesla earnings next week? I don't really like earnings plays very much. How'd you get in Section 8 housing? What's that? that like public housing? We don't really have, I don't know if we really have Section 8 in New York. We have like public housing programs through the city, but I don't know if any of them participate in like the federal ones. I just don't think we have it here. There's public housing all over New York City. Europe's largest steel refinery was obliterated in Ukraine. China's steel production down because of COVID lockdowns. Yeah. X is looking better and better. I'm thinking about doubling my position, but I've already got a lot of money in it, so we'll see. Leonard G, dude, thank you so much. I appreciate the membership. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Remember when everybody was talking shit on my 150-250 calls? I do. Fuck you, Shills. I know you're watching. Usually new large apartment complexes or townhomes provide a percentage of Section 8. New York does that too, but it's not Section 8. It's just like New York City public housing. I'm not poor enough to live it, but I've lived in it during the course of my life. It sucked. Do you have a broadcast on what X could get to? My current target's like 46. If it breaks up through that, I think it can hit the 60s. Why does nobody read? Dude, you're a dillionaire. Just go read Pickle's picks. Bullish on paint. Doubled out on New York City is the largest Section 8 program in the country. Apparently they aren't accepting applications because the waiting list is so huge. Huh. As far as I knew, it was like we had rent controlled and which like basically don't exist anymore, and rent stabilized housing. Here, maybe it's funded partially through the federal government, but I know it's a city program. Everybody dreams of finding a rent controlled apartment in New York City, but you can only get them through inheritance, basically. Cool, popcorn trader. Did you gift me billionaire status? No, I thought you were one. X gonna give it to you? Hope so. You like Stella Doro cookies? They're okay. Section 8 is more of a things in Queens and Brooklyn. I mean, they still have it in the city. They have it in Chelsea. They have it on the Upper West and Upper East Side, like East Harlem and like Morningside. Could BBBY earnings push us over 20 by end of week? I don't know. I'm holding on to it. I think so. I think at least back to max pain, which is at like 21, so. Remember that one time DFE quadrupled down on April 16th? Yeah, that was awesome. It was pretty cool. We also have Section 8? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that there was both. I thought they were just the same thing. You think uranium stocks go more up? Yeah, in like 5 years. It's a little accelerated now because of what's going on in Russia and Ukraine, but it's still going to take some time. Price of stainless pipe has doubled since last year. Welding on a big job. It'll keep going up too, I think. We're in the time that was date of record for the split happens move. Thank you. After they announce it, they'll put a date of record. An ex-dividend date. What's poor in New York? What's the wages? I think minimum wage in the city's 15. But most places are paying 20 or 25 right now, otherwise they can't get employees. What do you make of Domo being so bullish on Alto? I feel like he doesn't, like, his stock picks aren't generally like big runners. Like, he picks safer stuff that trades in a narrower range. I don't think Alto is bad. I just don't see a lot of potential for it. What conspiracy theories do you believe? Not many. The ones I make up. I don't know anything about your Discord, but I love your stream and all the info you provide. You're awesome, and thank you. I appreciate that. I want to sign up to be a billionaire, but I have no idea where to start. Help. There's a link in the description for becoming a member. If you become a member on the YouTube and then link that to your Discord account, you become a member both places. King Zach. Yeah, X is long term. Like, I'm buying like Jan 23 and 24 leaps. Well, you know my Beyonce conspiracy theory, Trash. I'm very sure of that one. And then also the one about the Patton Oswalt. Why no recent interviews? No one to interview. I don't know. Like, everyone's a shill. Just get like, every time I do one, I feel like I get like a bad taste in my mouth. Oh, you don't know the Patton Oswalt one? I think he killed his wife. Like, he OD'd her. So he could marry that new bitch. Who's Warren Eichen? Carl Icahn and Warren Buffett. It's because you're too logical and the people you do interviews with believe in MOASS and DRS. But it's like everybody who's on YouTube is so extreme in like whatever their thing is. And then like a lot of them, I just feel like I'm just giving a platform to people that are like not, they don't have anybody's best interests at heart. So when people are like, oh, why don't you do like an interview with this person or that person? It's just because like I think that their popularity is due to, you know, something they're pushing or selling, and like I don't want to give them a platform for that. Like, fuck that. And anybody worth interviewing isn't going to come anywhere near this fucking show. Right? You're a shill too, remember? Supposedly. I mean, Lauer's never going to come on here. We've reached out to him in the past. It's not happening. I would either ask him questions that he can't answer. And like, it just wouldn't be good for his brand, right? Like, he's incentivized to... he can't even help it, even if he wanted to. He's incentivized to follow the status quo. Have you considered interviewing Dan for hire? I haven't. Interview your landlord. He's taken the most profits so far. Thanks, Mr. Goat. King Zach, thanks for becoming a dillionaire now. Wait, what did you... Oh, there's two. Kuro K and King Zach. Thank you both, guys. I appreciate it. You think you could get an R. Kelly interview? Yeah, but I don't like prisons. Is he still in prison? When the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult. Interview elevator maintenance? I'm just gonna be 100% real. Have you reached out to RC via Twitter to ask? No. But he doesn't really do interviews. He's pretty private. I think it'd be cool. I don't mind throwing him some softball questions, but I'll come on your infotainment show. Thanks, Carl Buffett. I appreciate that. I always tune into a show with Houston Wade, simply because he seems like a great guy. You essentially be further educating him, which would get passed on to his viewers that don't watch this show. I suppose. Interesting, Stefan. I hadn't considered that. I think BBBY will break through 1750. I mean, it did already. Do I think it'll do it again? Eh. The drop-off wasn't great, but it found some lower support. We'll see. They could just be shorting the breakouts like they do on GameStop, right? Yeah, no, his wife figured out who the Golden State Killer was, though. Tesla to 1020 tomorrow. Maybe. We'll see how futures look in the morning. Walking. I'm not interviewing fucking Moonwind. Don't ever say that. Guess I'm crazier than RSS nut jobs in this Patton Oswald bunk. Can you check Oxy? I just did, turd. What do you want to do? It's a decent entry right now. Nice opportunity this morning to get into. I think it's just going to keep climbing. I don't see any, like, significant downside here. I already have a position. DM me if you want to know more, but... Maybe Peter Adia? Can you DM me that, Edward? Pigeon Whale of the Week? Zillionaire of the Day? Longest Johnson? What was Beyonce's motive behind the Left Eye Lopez killing? To catapult Destiny's Child to #1. The only way was to get rid of the direct competition. It was either Beyonce or her record label, to be fair. Beyonce may or may not have been complicit. How much do you love it when people ask your SR lines, knowing they're gambling on weeklies with your response after you tell them not to? It's kind of funny. I mean, I can tell when people are asking and like when they're nervous, like what their expirations are. Are you planning to buy back your 152s? No. I'd like to use my new status as billionaire to say, please never interview Moonman. Don't worry, I won't. Yeah, everyone's asked me about ARQQ. When do you think we'll hit 200 again? Couple months, probably. Unless we get some sort of catalyst or other announcement. How much money have you lost so far in options? Like, what options? For Jamie? I made a shitload. I hit like 6-digit losses before they printed, but... What I like about your willingness to believe in the Patton Oswalt theory is that it shows your preference for theories that are super cynical of humanity. Selling CSPs on GME seems a full-time job. Yeah. And we do have a focus on AMC. It's just that it's a shit stock. You instructed me to buy BBBY if it fell below 20. Now I'm down 4.3% on the investment. Worst financial advisor ever. The writing was on the wall when you said rye bread is good. Congratulations. I only asked about expirations when it's unclear if you're buying 2 months out or leaps. Those don't usually show up in your WeBull list. No, I don't usually buy expensive contracts on here. I don't keep this account super well funded. The only reason it's up right now is because GameStop's high. Ish. Well, above my cost basis in this account at least. Why did you hold? I just kept averaging down. Because I knew we were going to run eventually. Thoughts on VOD? I don't know. Vodafone? Are these the people that do like the conference call shit? Weird volatility. Not a lot of range though, right? They used to be worth a lot of money. In 2014. I mean, even from its current price, like your target's what, like $20? I don't like it. That can't be a successful business model anymore. Not that I know the entirety of their business model, but I don't like rye bread. It's not like I eat an excessive amount of rye bread. I like rye bread as toast and on like Reubens. They caught the subway shooter guy. Oh, cool. I can go outside now. T or VZ, but international. Okay. Look at in the money options. Just send me screenshots, Cherd. Are there a lot of them? Why can't I tag anyone in this chat? Do you not know how? You hit @ and then start typing their, like the @ symbol, and then start typing their name, and it'll pop up like a little list. I don't know if it does that on mobile though. Toast, Reubens, pastrami, and patty melts. Yeah, I can't think of any situation where I've eaten it outside of those. I'm not a big fan of patty melts, but they're okay. Can you see the new skyscraper from your apartment? Which new skyscraper? I can't see shit out of my apartment. Like, I have a better view than my old place, which was just a brick wall, but it's not great. It's just the side of a building that's slightly further away. I don't hate patty melts, but they're kind of fucking gross. Like it's a lot. It's not like a meal that I generally want to deal with the after effects of eating, right? Is it true Chicago deep dish pizzas aren't cooked in the middle? It's just like pizza soup, like pizza flavored tomato soup in a bread pan. New York built the world's thinnest skyscraper, finished recently. Good for New York. Hello, that is all. What's up, man? Didn't sell your BBBY calls from April 22nd? Nope. Not yet. Can you make this market day less fucking torturously boring and sideways? What? Today's been awesome. There's been all kinds of fun shit. Tesla, mostly Tesla. BBBY went up a bunch. And I lost some money on the gap. The gap did not fill. Well, not a bunch of money, but I lost like $200 on the gap. You should choose better apartments, like one with a nice view. Do you know how much an apartment with a nice view in New York City costs? I'm gonna have to fucking, if you want me to move into an apartment with a better view, I'm up in all the Billionaire and Pigeon Whale costs. Cornichon's going to $50. It'd be cheaper for me to just buy a very large projection screen and project nice images onto my window. It's been fun being a member. Do that. If you want an apartment with a view, just shill AMC a few times a week. Lou versus Wall Street, living near Central Park. I couldn't live with myself. I know how to swim. Microsoft HoloLens is supposed to do that. That's creepy in a way. It's like, it's okay if your reality sucks. We'll just alter it. No, he has 2 days to report it, I think. Fuck you money apartments, only probably in Manhattan. Yeah, right, Pickle. Like, you have morals. I do. They're convoluted. Weird, but they're there. Interesting. How do I get citizenship in Holland? You could go to Detroit and buy a whole block for one AMD call, but why would I want it? I'm all right, JC. Thanks, though. You know how I feel about listening to the Portuguese language. You have Irish lineage, Irish passport through descent. I think I'd be better off going for Italian citizenship. It'd be easier to get. Is it a holiday or something this weekend? Easter? Alright, do we have enough votes on this? Just give you primo roast material and you ignored it. I ignore most of the things you say. Was bought an entire school in West Virginia. I'm down like 25 bucks on my put I bought, and that's money I can't afford to lose. I'm sorry. Why did you buy a put? I think he's just like a shady criminal, isn't he, Elena? From what I've heard of him, that's the assessment. Moving to Holland. Yeah, I don't think anybody in my family has maintained their Irish citizenship. What's up, Trina? Establish your kingdom in Detroit with delivery of your wheat futures. So Supersonic creates a side with this Pulte guy. Can't be the worst thing, right? More retail attention on the stock. I don't care about his purchases unless he buys an appreciable amount of the float. Yeah, I don't care about his purchases. I don't care about him. I don't think it's more retail attention on the stock, though. And it doesn't help or hurt, right? Retail, as we know, barely affects the price of GameStop at all. So, sure, more people may be buying. Would you be willing to extrapolate when FTDs will hit from massive March volume days? Yeah, I'll let you know when it's happening. Do you read a 420 by 420 at 420? Discord is linked to my YouTube account. Is there something I need to do to have you add me to the country club or something? Sorry. No, you should be all hooked up then. King Zach. It should unlock the private channels as soon as you get them linked up. Sometimes it takes a couple of minutes or you have to reset Discord, but yeah, you should be all set. Incoming test of 150 by end of day, it seems. Maybe. I think just a lower peak. Probably close out the day around like 148.25, 178, 147.88. It'd be nice if we close higher, but I don't know. I think right now we probably test 149.50 and then come back down into close. I don't know how low we'll drop, but risky CCs you got over there? Nah. You gonna raffle off the cookies hat? Ah, it's mine. Also old and dirty. Well, it's clean, but it's old. You're just yelling out the stock price now? I could. Is that what the people want? Would Amazon and Google be better to practice scalping on since their daily direction seems to be more consistent compared to something like Tesla? Yeah, they're more stable. I don't like scalping. It's kind of shitty. I'm pretty busy with the new job. Only been able to drop in a few times throughout the day. Anything exciting you're looking at in the near term other than the split vote coming up? Not really. I think we're going to keep, trading slightly down and consolidating for a little while. Volume today is super fucking low. And it keeps falling off. So I expect that trend to continue as IV crushes down and shares are slowly returned. Rick, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson. Good to see you around there, Tex. Have you checked out Beyond? It's been on Reg Show a whole what? I know about Beyond Meat. It hasn't been very successful as of late. I don't really want to get wrapped up in another battle against the shorts. Already got one. Do you think IV started building back on AMD as early as next week? Seems like overcrowded earnings trade at this point. Yeah, it's probably overcrowded. But I do think IV will start pumping. But just on shorter dated shit, right? It's not really going to affect anything farther out. I already washed it. It's currently clean. If I were to raffle it off right now, people would be receiving a clean hat with no hair scent to huff. Weber's interesting. More of a day trade, multiple hour play. I mean, the trends on Amazon and Google are a bit more consistent. But they're way more expensive to enter. Have you looked at what calls cost on them? Boo. Hey, look, we tested 149.54. And now down into close. Let's do it. Bolometer? 5 point something. I don't know. Pterodactyl, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. Hit me up. You know what to do.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker.
Is this an ideal entrance for AMD leaves? It's a very good one. Ideal would be like a test of 86, but it's probably not gonna happen. XRT 1300% short. It's not really that meaningful, but cool. Can't wait to YOLO weeklies on Pickles Picks, then ask you 25 times per stream if I'm gonna lose my money. Where can you find the Pickles Picks? Please and thanks. They're in the Dillionaires Country Club. You took that off on purpose, didn't you? Show off? No? Tesla keeps going up tomorrow, as long as everything else does. I thought it was Pickle Picks. No. It's possessive, and it's with a CK, not just a C. Jimmy finish the week green? That'd be interesting. Featured on CNBC. Yeah. Like all things bullish. Unsubbing 1 sec. Just got puts on Sprouts and calls on Grocery Outlet. Ain't nobody got money for Sprouts. Hey, fuck you, turd. I just bought a shitload of leaps on Sprouts. Sprouts is cheap as fuck. I mean, compared to Whole Foods. They're gonna kill it in Orange County. Where nobody's aware of the economic situation at all. Top pullback. I have a stop loss. Do women like long hair? I don't know. Sure. Orange County, California? Yeah. I live in Orange County, and I'm very aware of the economic turmoil. But that would make me think that you're not a property owner in Orange County. Or the child of a property owner in Orange County. Women with having love long hair, that's why I cut mine. I don't live in Orange County. Must be poor in Orange County. Yeah. Doing salt trash, Dan. It's good for morale. I have nothing bad to say right now. When to buy back into cat? I mean, it's kind of flat right now. It's not a bad time. It's right at resistance. Boo. Yeah. As a 6'1" son of a property owner in Orange County, what turmoil? A lot of AMC apes are coming out saying it's not going to squeeze. I've been telling them that for a year. Sorry, below average body trash. Do the AMC people run out of purple Kool-Aid? I want to play chess now. Say Guybrush for MOASS if you need me. Alright. A lot of people have been saying GME won't squeeze. It's true. A lot of people have said that. Sunk cost fallacy. So, any price expectations for SST? Back above 25? I heard he's more into geese, hot body. Thoughts on Sprout $40 Jan 23s? I don't know. You like grocery stores? Anyone know why RC changed his Twitter name? Maybe so Pulte would stop fucking tagging him. You got your body from your daddy. There's soda bread we got for St. Patrick's Day. Tasted like metal. Nice. What do you think will be BBBY earnings today? What, they happened this morning. Did you miss it? You clear something up for me. Californians plus New Yorkers moving down here to the south, Nashville. They're poor from those places, I assume? Probably. or they have different political ideologies. That's a big motivator right now too. How far dated are your SFM leaps? I think that the answer to that question is in the question. What about this Pulte guy is bad? I'm not gonna get into it. Definitely never, Jay Fresh. I don't know any other vegetable related YouTubers. I'm sure they exist. I think you're jealous of Pulte because super stalkers love him. But no, the opposite. Billionaires aren't your friend. That's a bit of an oversimplification, but yeah. No, I literally bought Leaps. So January 2023. What's your price target on BBBY short term? Like back up to like 1950, $20. How long do you give it before SS goes rabbit and Pulte either tax out or gets banned? A month? I feel like that's too much, but yeah, a month. It does have a different source date than the others. But the majority of fails aren't from just XRT. Talking about Steel F, or is it on my watch list magically? Steel in a nice channel. Yeah, Steel looks good. When do you expect the next GME run up? May or June OPEX? SSC confirmed uptrend now on the 15-minute. It looks good. CLF. It's Cleveland Cliffs or whatever the fuck it's called. I know what they are. Steel's gonna probably do pretty well over the next few months. I'm really super against the Twitter philanthropy thing, but that's a whole nother thing. It's not really just Pulte, right? Like over dramatize your suffering for internet points and we'll give you money. MULN? I don't like it. Thoughts on the Iditarod? I'm not really into dogs or racing them. Twitter philanthropy is a great way to make the poor's worship billionaires and continue to vote against their own best interest. Yeah. Nothing like a future of having to beg for handouts from billionaires. What a great world we live in. You did Twitter philanthropy after you built homes that weren't to code in Florida and pocketed people's deposits. Yeah. I'm sure there's plenty of great information about him. I saw on Stocksera that SSCA looks several million FTDs due today in the next few days. Does that mean they have to cover, or do they have ways to kick the can? They have some ways to kick the can. Leaps on Sprout are about 50% the cost of the stock. Yeah. Depending on what your price you're targeting, but yeah. This is too fucking funny. Pulte, anyone need money? I can help you all out, except Trash Dan. I hate ducks. Nah, we're good, man. Thanks. I suffered a deep theta wound during the battle at Freg's Day. Please donate, Mr. Pulte. I've lost all my money on weekly YOLOs. Are you saying RC is a bad billionaire too? He's against it? I don't think RC is good or bad. This isn't like a fucking crusade. Smooth. It's just business. Thoughts on NSC 002 proposed rule change? I haven't seen it yet. I have some 441 and 450 617 SPY calls. Hoping to cash them out in a few weeks and start looking at GME calls for the next cycle run. Thoughts? 441s don't seem bad. 450s could be good if we can rally for a couple weeks. As long as nothing big happens politically or in Eastern Europe. It's a good reason to be here, Barodactyl. RC said Ike. Do you know who Carl Icahn is? Jesus Christ. Good to know, Mr. Diggs. Candidate for best friend and constant window watcher. Do you know anything about Ader? Yeah, it's running. I don't like it. Didn't he invent space or something? You should just pick him up, D. Swima. What are you talking about? Since Superstock banned me, I've reached peak bullishness. I just don't have to listen to their shit every day, which is fantastic. What are other major sources of ETF fails than XRT, IJH? Can you please explain why MasterChef Junior is so much better than the original? Is it because Gordon Ramsay is nicer to children? Thanks, Matasso. You're right, it's me. I've lost hope. Don't do that. One more test? We can do it. Peak bullishness, as he says multiple times, they could have covered. I mean, there's potential. You can't ignore it. I see a way out. You can't expect them not to take it. Doesn't mean it can't make us money. So RC bought into Oxy? Maybe. Wouldn't it be the first time he stole my pickles picks? Just ate some questionable tomato sauce. If I die, can one of the Dans bring my account to 0? I want my kid to work and suffer as a poor. I'm sure they could arrange something for you, turd. I think there is a clip on it. Do you ever realize that RC is basically you if you were a billionaire? I don't think so. I probably wouldn't tweet about shit. I don't think they could have covered everything, but I think they're consistently in the process of doing so. And that time has never been our friend. Did you clip your theory on what options they had to get and cover in some DD? To get UT? What do you mean UT? How many years until you're a billionaire? Quite some time. Oxy, 11.9% of the float shorted. Pretty high for a non-meme stock that will be making tons of money from $100 oil prices. Only a BlackRock shill would have Musk, Pulte, Cohen, etc. in chat. Please explain yourself. Out? Not UT. Oh. Hold on. You clip your theory. I did. There's a clip on it. I'll have to find it, but there is. Have you ever been so sure of a play you were willing to go all in? I have gone all in on plays. Yes. Based on your current market conditions, you see the SPY continuing to dump for the next week or month? Thanks. I think the SPY is going to rally. Do you not pay attention to this fucking stream at all? You're here all day, and you ask me questions, which I've answered repeatedly. You described today's GME movement in one word. Would you say underwhelming? It's actually not bad. 150.35, up 3%. Doing a little bit better than yesterday, I think now. Or, well, close. Almost yesterday's high. What did we hit yesterday? 151 something? 152.25. Can you show Wyckoff? How all in is your GME conviction? I mean, it's 60%, and if I'm holding contracts, more of my entire portfolio. So pretty fucking all in. I've seen more bullish. That's fair. Doc, you ready for another test of 105? Yeah, it looks good. Might actually break out this time. GameStop's breaking out a little bit. Well, still intraday high. When do you think Bbbi will hit all-time highs? Not yet. CNS just ended, up or down? We'll see. How bullish are you on Warren Eichen? I don't care that much about tweets. It's funny, but based on current market conditions, do you see Ader continuing to pump over the next few weeks, months, eternity? Probably not much longer. People will sell. People always sell. Is volcano insurance for suckers? I live on the Gulf Coast. Can you buy volcano insurance? Wait, is Eichen buying into GameStop? What do you mean Eichen tweeting about RC? He's not. BBBY targets for the next 6 months, and 12 months. 6 months, 30, 35, 12 months, it could hit 40, 50. There could be more volatility than that, but is this MOASS? No. This is a slight move from 49 to 151. I never sold CSPs before in IBKR. Once they are assigned after market close tomorrow, how soon will the shares be in my position? Straight away? Monday pre-market? Monday market open? Or T+2? They could be in your account as soon as they're assigned. I mean, if you were like assigned tonight, they'll be in your account tomorrow, but right away. They have T+2 to deliver them, but they're usually there right away. Next market open. Just because I sold 155s for tomorrow at 149. So now we run to 154 to taunt me. Probably. Will the Wyckoff move be slow or have violent upside potential? It has violent upside potential. When riots at the breadlines could really use some opium for my IWM puts. Usually mid caps and small, like micro cap companies do well during recessions, or do better. Why IWM puts? Are you expecting the market to draw logical conclusions from the data presented to it? Thanks, Dominic. If we get a split, do the new shares inherit the original shares date of purchase? If we had long capital status, does it transfer over to the splits? Yeah, because it's just splitting. It just splits your shares. Is someone buying in the money puts on GME? Not really. No, not in the mood today. The bid's dropping on those 180s. Those look sold. When will YouTube end the undust shadow banning of the Daves? I don't think you're banned, Dave of the Pigeonwell Daves. You worried about your 150-250 Cs? No. If I have to worry about them, I will when the time comes. I wish I could see how bullish you were with this price action. If only there was some kind of measuring device available to measure bullishness. Imagine. Just rightfully ignored then? Good. No. Maybe shadow banned before and then not now? I know a lot of people have said if you log out and log back in, then it stops doing that. Quick, buy 152 Cs to protect yourself before you get assigned. Oh. The announcement for a stock split occur at any time? Is there a need for a vote or something? Yeah, they still have to vote. They have to raise the amount of float allowed by the corporate charter first, which is going to be voted on relatively soon before the shareholders meeting. You think this SPY is in a head and shoulders formation with a new all-time high on the near horizon? I don't know if we're going to see a new all-time high on the SPY. Yeah, it looks like there's some institutional interest today. Beyond just FTDs. Jimmy CC for May and closing it in a few days. I mean, if it's super in the money, it can get called away. Well, the vote for it is before. And then the tally of that vote is during the shareholder meeting. What just happened? I was pooping. You ever think about just getting assigned and wheeling? No. You could consider wheeling 123.3D. You can swing trade, but it might be more risk than you're willing to take for consistent 8% gains. You could just buy and hold shit. Do institutions invest in risky plays like SST? Yeah. XPT on Tesla 1050? No. 1073. There's some resistance at 1040. I don't know how. Oh, shit. Damn it. Yeah, there's resistance at 1040 to 1050. It's at resistance right now here at like 1020 though. 1025. There's previous resistance here. But if it keeps pushing up, 1040, 1050 is not out of the question. SST T plus 2 3 rip tomorrow. Could be. How's it doing? It was moving up. Can't be right. Oh. I mean, it's due for a bounce off the trend, so we'll see. It could see some price action tomorrow, but it may be a little soon. I expect next Monday. I already have my position there, so if I buy any more, it's just gonna be like YOLO shit. How soon after the shareholder meeting do you anticipate the split takes place? No idea. They could do it right away. They could wait weeks, months, years. There's just no way to know until they release the split information. Can I do a unicycle strat? You can. With Tesla at 1025, I sold my 2 calls at 1,000. Would each of those contracts be worth 2.5k more of intrinsic value now? Is that why options are about value change versus percent change? Yes. Delta. What stocks would you look at popping wheelies with? I mean, I don't really wheel anything right now, but you generally want higher value stocks with moderate IV. So a little bit of volatility risk, but not too much. 30 to 40% IV. 50-60 if nearing earnings. According to Wyckoff, we're expecting some consolidation / downside in GME moving to next week. We should see some consolidation. Or it's the first leg up into phase E. We're beyond the break point. So, I mean, if Wyckoff truly plays out as expected with no outside catalysts except institutional long interest, then we could just see price continue to move up, right? Miss William. Beautiful popcorn trader. Yeah, but come on, that isn't gonna happen. I mean, it could. No, May OPEX kicked off the run to 345, not April. Send you my CERN TA next week. I can't wait to review it. Thoughts on holding SST overnight? Probably not dangerous right now. No, we broke out. A little bit. Like $1, but it's good. Or right below max pain right now. I would have expected the rejection at 150 to be harder. Started phase E this afternoon? Maybe. Green Day. You said no MOASS. This isn't MOASS. We're up $6, $7 from open. It can be, but we haven't broken yesterday's high yet. And this could just be a peak on this run. And maybe that yesterday's high wasn't the peak, right? Jimmy on the daily looks good. Yeah, it does. It looks okay. How dare you say such bullish things about Wyckoff? I don't think it matters what edition you buy of The Intelligent Investor. Yeah, securities analysis. It's all those billionaires buying in. I mean, probably billionaires, but what's your ideology behind buying 500 shares of BBBY? I have 7,800 shares of BBBY. I think it's undervalued. A lot. This buying does seem like the patient, even institutional sort. It does. What's your average on your BBBY? I'm at like 21 now. I need to sell more covered calls on it. But with earnings coming up, it was kind of risky. Go build a library, Pulte. You ever looked at AMRS? CEO is a bit iffy. He runs his mouth. They're gearing up to be the only company with the ability to produce CB mass. No, can't say I have. What the fuck is CBG? Do you want to roll your CCs until tomorrow if needed? Yeah, probably not. I don't think we're deviating from the SPY that much. It looks like we're kind of just following the market to an extent, but there is some weird volume interest today, which is strange. Why isn't BBBY running with GME? I mean, they're in the similar baskets, but not the same ones. BBY is in the Russell 2000, and it's not doing terribly today. It's just not doing great. And technically, from open, it's doing really well. It's still up like $2 on the day. A derivative of CBD? Oh, then I definitely don't care about the company at all. You can just look at the chart for the contract and it should give you the IV in the corner. Also, on the drop down for options, it should show your implied volatility as well. Is your HD yet? What? Still rowing? Yeah. Just picked up 100 more BBY at 1776 because America. Bullish. BBBY earnings were this morning. Yeah. I'm tired. That's on the XE variant of Omicron. I don't care, JC. Any news on the RC BBBY board seats? No, I don't think they made any mention of it. What do you think SST will be formally rug pulled? Something to do with warrants? Thanks. Yeah, once the warrants are exercised. June, I believe. You could just look this up yourself. How often does Tesla do these nice daily runs for 0 DTEs? Fairly often, but they're unreliable, and 0 DTEs on Tesla are expensive. And if it turns around, you will lose everything very, very fast. GME 520 180p bought on Shift Search. Those look sold. The bid's dropping. Pretty quickly across the course of the day. Trying to push under 150? Probably. Tesla a true degen stock? It's pretty degenerate, but it has a lot of interest, and technical analysis works well on it if you're good at TA. So you can make a lot of money off of it. Would you wait with buying more GME? What would confirm a rip to phase E? We'd have to break 177. It's expensive and I'm terrible at TA. I'm game to play Tesla. How do you feel about the breakout on the daily? I mean, it's still lower than our local high. Let us know when we should short the Tesla peak again. We'll see. Why 177? Long-term VWAP. I'd be pretty impressed if we moved up much beyond our current price. Like 160, 250 still seems pretty far away. Yeah, it's just a choice. It's a very fickle stock. Still have your 150, 250 CCs? I only have 2 sold at that price. I have 170s and 180s. 185 and 187.50. But I think all in total, I only have 20 CCs out right now. What date is May OPEX? The expiration date is the 20th. T+2. 24th of May. Hmm. Oh. If you had time and are bored for a couple minutes, we had to do some audio adjustments to the outro. New file for the Steam Deck is in the D. Oh, okay. Pretty promising end to close. I like this. Later, taking off Friday. Market's still pushing up. As long as the market keeps pushing up, active funds are going to keep applying pressure to GameStop. Like, we're not moving outside of any of the market action. It's not like we're rising exponentially faster than the market is or something. There's FTDs and positive pressure on them, which creates what we're seeing. I would have expected more resistance at 150, but they have tomorrow to get the price down. If they need it below max span. I expect they would, though, because there is quite a bit of open interest at 150. Don't forget, Delta Neutral's down at, like 135-ish right now, I think. Was it this morning? Gamma Neutral's at 146, which is interesting that we crossed that. Yeah, DN's at Delta Neutral's at 139.87. So I'm sure they'll fight for that like 146 price range. Noted. Do you mostly let your CCs expire worthless, or do you close? I mean, it depends on if I think the stock is going to run up. But usually, yeah, I'll just let them expire worthless. If they go like 50% up within a couple days of selling them, then, I'll buy them back and sell them again near the money, because it means the stock's just dropping, right? So if the stock tanks and they lose a massive chunk of their value, of their premium, and you can buy them back super cheap and then sell again while the stock continues to plunge, then that's usually what you do. If the stock's flat, you just hold them until they expire. I'm glad you finally decided to stop selling your CCs, because now Jimmy's gonna rip. I haven't sold very many. I sold, what was it, like 10, and then 20, and then 10 again. So I've sold 40 CCs. I only have 20 open right now. Most of the ones I've sold are up like 60, 70, 80%. $150.69? Maybe, we'll see. They might keep trying to drop it. I don't think they'll get it back where they need it in time. They've only got 8 minutes. But, like, no matter what, I think we're going to close above gamma neutral. SST almost 25. Yeah, don't leave money on the table, just learn how to manage them. They're not even hard to manage. They're just covered calls. Like, it's not like a big complicated thing. Everyone acts like if you sold CCs, like, no matter what, you're losing your shares. It's the dumbest shit. If I buy back all the covered calls I have out on GameStop right now, I'll walk away with minus 600. Like $10,900. No, I don't have that many out, but it's just, I could do what Moonwind does and make like fucking way more, but why risk it? Especially with the upside potential off of Wyckoff. Like, I still want to. So short term, not a lot of contracts out at once. Just free money, right? If I sell another round of them, I can buy another 100 shares of GameStop, like at market price. I only have 20 contracts open. Usually have them by the next day if you exercise calls with IBKR. The shares will be in your account the next day. MOASS was never going to happen without Moonwind selling his shares, though. Losing his shares. It's true. I do 15 at a time and buy leaps with the profits. Yeah, it's a good way to do it. I don't even have like 10% of my position sold as covered calls. It's minor. How bullish is RC being able to buy up to 20%? It's cool. It doesn't mean he will. I mean, at $15, maybe he'd be interested in it. His cost basis is pretty low. But he can buy more, which would really make it a lot like GameStop, right? If he did. If he buys out the rest of his position, it suddenly starts to look a lot more like his GameStop entry. Not just like maybe it's going to create waves of FTDs, but it's definitely going to create waves of FTDs. That'd be hot. What's going on with Mighty Potato? This is weird. I don't know how an E-Trade handles call options that expire in the money. Can't you just sell them? It'll probably auto-exercise unless you turn that off. Twitch tonight? Maybe. I'll let everyone know if I'm gonna stream on Twitch tonight. I'm kind of tired though. I actually sell CCs to give it to a YouTube star in the form of Pigeon Well subscription. Thank you, Mike Buys Leaps. Thoughts on Stellantis? I don't know. Sounds like another shitty SPAC. Why is everyone in on fucking SPACs right now? Is it because they're $10 or less? Is the window passed? No. Don't forget that, you know, Komodash, like, just a few days ago, BBBY ran to, like, almost $30. That didn't happen for no reason. Stellantis is Fiat Chrysler merged with Peugeot. Ugh. It's like putting 3 shitty cars together. I just bought 2 1 DTE 8er $5 puts. Tank 8er tank. Mwahaha. You might have wanted to wait till next Wednesday, but good luck. Why green? Why not? Still lower than our fucking local high. So it's still a lower high for today than we had yesterday. Everyone's acting like it's fucking MOASS. Chill out. Plenty of time. I predict tomorrow will be Thursday. I think that's an accurate fucking prediction. Can you look at Humble? I'm holding a huge bag. I think you'll laugh. I remember people buying into this like last year. Jesus fuck. You're screwed, man. Why? Oh, it went so high at one point. Just none of this made you want to get out? At no point were in here were you like, that's it, I'm done with this? How huge is the bag? Did you buy it 80 cents? Did you buy it $1.77? I want to know more. Ding ding. Nice day. Good market improvement. GameStop came up a little bit. They smashed it a little bit into close, but I would have expected them to try to hold 150. There's a lot of open OI here that's in the money at close, which could create more Nave Gex for tomorrow. What's interesting is our Nave Gex is staying positive, even though we're in a price decline, which means that institutional long interest in farther dated calls has just continued to build, right? So we talk about how longs are repositioning during this phase D of Wyckoff, and this is kind of the effect we're seeing of that, is we're seeing this growth in gamma exposure because of this long side interest that's normally absent on GameStop's price declines. It is super positive, but it's not positive right this instant, but it's positive in the next couple months, next few weeks even. It could be a May OPEX, but you know, they could do what they did in Feb OPEX, right? And just smash expectations and kick the can. Now that we know that they're capable of doing that, it's something that we have to be prepared for in whatever strategy we approach the next long position with GameStop. And one of the reasons I'm being so dissuasive of positive price action is because YOLOing now is dangerous, and people will do that. So it's not that I'm not bullish on GameStop in the near term, but it's that there's time to wait, and options are all about timing. And sometimes it's real hard to nail that timing, but when you do, it's worth it. Silent Lurker, thanks, man. We need you here tomorrow, AM. I didn't wink. There was no wink. I'm serious. Will the next phase be met with another entropy swap buy-in? We'll see that, or have we? They're going to try to crush volatility until they can enter an entropy swap, right? They probably burned out their other entropy swap on the run to 200, right? That's what it was there to protect them against. They'll be trying to re-enter one, and so this IV crush, this downward price action, these are all what they need to do to push entropy down to the point where they can get a counterparty. Not YOLO time. Tomorrow's Thursday, but also the last trading day of the week. The markets are closed Friday. It took them a while to find a counterparty on the entropy swap in this last cycle. You know, it could be harder now even. So be patient. We didn't even break yesterday's peak today. I know we're up, which is nice. But you know, that's what we're expecting, right? We're expecting to move, you know, down and up through this cycle. And when we start to see a higher high, that could be indicative of a move up. And we came very close. Only 12 cents off the previous high. If tomorrow we break a higher high, like we see a dip into morning and we break a higher high, that could indicate a reversal. So that's a point at which we would start watching for the end of phase D to start playing out. If we're starting to see higher highs moving out of this, you know, flattening out of our price action over the next few days, that could be positive, right, and indicate, you know, this expected move into phase D of Wyckoff. And this requires a lot of institutional interest, right? But if you look here, like that's essentially what this is, this breakout that occurs as it moves into phase E. And we didn't see it here, right? Like we've kept trending down, but you know, a break higher in this trend, a move to a higher high, which would kind of look like this, could indicate a shift out, right? So it looks like that. That looks weird. Why does that look so weird? Okay. So we'll watch for this, but right now still lower, still more likely to trend down than up. All right, that's all. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Riku!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.